Yeah, good morning, everyone. So, did you enjoy yesterday's trip? I also think, is Christina? No, both are not here, Christina and Tawana, which is really sad because maybe when they are back later, we should clap because I think it was really stressful for them to come along with all these delays, but I think they did really a brilliant job. But when they are back. So, as you know, we want to start a recap. So after this relaxing day, you might have forgotten that we had already 3 training days. So we start again with a game, and I have again chocolate, different ones. So, you know how it works.
Keiner da war oder was? Die haben sie angegeben. Ja, kann ich verstehen. Tut mir leid, echt.
Just a question in between, because we realized Christian cannot download the presentations from our SharePoint. Is this a problem someone else has? No? Okay, because then I can also ask them to send them to you as well. Okay. But for the other, it works. Maybe try it, and if it doesn't work, then just send me a message, then we put you all in one. I will send it by days because there are quite many files. Good. Are you also playing with us? Just trying. We missed you yesterday. Yeah, someone has to work. So not everyone is kind of enjoying a day off. So we were first feeling a bit like Rio rain weather a bit, and then got sunny again, and really good food. So you're really lucky here with your food. Oh. So who is missing and wants to play? Maybe just raise. So I see Davide, you're still, but who else? You want to play. I also like to play. I think playing and learning is something that matches perfectly together. So what happened, by the way, with South Africa yesterday? I had a bet, and I was at least expecting 1 goal, so I'm a bit disappointed. So
Okay, be careful.
Oh yes, okay. Luckily, I do not know that much about football, so but it's impressionate. So I learned that Christina is a really fan from flamenco or flamenco. You too. Ah, so we passed your stadium yesterday on the way to our. So that's not important. Yeah, that's true. Okay. So we have a warm-up question, and again, like all warm-up questions, they are pretty easy, but I think you will laugh about this one. Yeah, does it work? So the recap, so for both days, but primarily from day 3. So who will be the first opponent of Brazil in the World Cup 2026 on Saturday? So what I learned, Germany, Italy, Morocco, or Colombia? Even I know why. I'm half French, so you can talk to me so. Okay, yeah, I think I learned it really in the training. I had really no clue about it, but so yes, obviously Morocco. And so what are the bets? I come in now, here, Rodrigo. Tosta, what is your bet for this game? For whom? Okay, now we try on the other side. So 1-0, what do you say?
For Saturday?
Yeah.
1-1.
1-1, same here.
Okay. Okay, then you see later whether who has the right win. Okay, now we will start with the content itself. Oh, the scoreboard. So at least here, South Africa is really fast. The first goal was really early. We were still on the bus. So which monetization option provides the highest revenue certainty before credits are issued? So by the way, we shortened the time for today for the time to response. It's only 30 seconds. We thought like, over the week, we are increasing a bit the ambition. It's always the first question where I think people are either waking up or were in the morning not yet so concentrated. So, but it's for seller ERPA. So let's see who is. No, you really, next time they will really tell I have to make a special category for you. Or we have to make like a leaderboard and a separate leaderboard. But well done. So I think in terms of when we said like technical cooperation, looking for content support, I think that's something. So have a look at the next question. Which buyer group is typically interested in purchasing credits to support net zero commitments and VCMI claims? Corporate voluntary buyers, central banks, pension regulators, National Statistic Office. Yeah, it's sometimes also difficult to come up with wrong solutions, by the way. Okay, here. See, the second question is always better. So next time we even need to schedule the training later. People are waking up. So let's see. Starts already. Davide, you have to really raise your ambitions to no, nothing is impossible. Good. So let's have a look at the next question. Why do PBBs often aggregate carbon projects into portfolios or programs of activities? To avoid verification, to eliminate permanence risk, to reduce transaction costs and reach inevitable scale, or to bypass host country authorization? Better countries do not sometimes read the options. Didn't change, then it's internet connection. I'm sorry, you get still a chocolate. Okay, yeah, to reduce transaction costs, as we said, like you remember, we had one slide where we also said many projects are just too small, like if we to put it really in simple terms. So the idea, I think you're also doing this regularly, is to really aggregate different similar projects. Now, let's see what happens with the scoring board. Yeah, Harold is trying to attack the leading position. You're in a good way. Davide? But we have also Tosta. So, come on. Carbon revenues can help mobilize private capital because they can act as tax exemption, debt service support and credit enhancement, carbon taxes or regulatory penalties. Oh, does not work? Maybe he's manipulating all the other mobile phones to have like a better chance. No, he doesn't need this. Yeah, I think for this is, I think we did just before lunch. I think it's not too well. And now let's see. We want to have maybe, Shishan, it's looks pretty good again today. But Davide, yes, you're trying. So I think the last question will define like, which makes a project like the, I don't know how to pronounce it, Regenerera Guara relevant for carbon finance. I, by the way, learned yesterday that's the name of a bird which is not existing in this region anymore, but which they would like to get back in this area. The guara.
Guara is like a wolf. Lobo guara, wolf guara here in Brazil. But I don't know if the word there is because of that, because it's an indigenous word, Guarachiba. I don't know what it means. But I'll just check.
They told me it's a bird. So Anna Marcella told me it's from the bird. It's also a bird. And it's not living in this area, and but I don't know what was the. Oh, but would he live in the mangroves? No. Okay. Oh, wow. Oh, look here. This. Then I think it's more also from the ecosystem. It looks, yeah. So guara, this is the bird after with Marcella, Anna Marcella said the project is named, and it's not living in this ecosystem. It's their spot, but they were trying, also hoping that when they're restoring the mangroves, that it comes back. Ah. It looks already nice. Yeah, but I think the wolf would not be happy. Otherwise, he looks like Tavana with her shoes yesterday, 3 centimeters higher than normally. No, I didn't know. Oh. Ah, okay. I only had 100, so. So, now, let's see, Davide. You tried. So, Lou. Italia is keeping up. So you can choose what you like. So yeah, it's just your German. I'm really impressed. So you can also choose, and then we give it to the other ones. That's, yeah, yogurt. So let's pass it around. Also here. Yeah. What do you like? The Alpine is normal chocolate. This is with cornflakes. This is with nuts. This is with nougat. Just then pass it around. So, yeah. Then I would say, let's start with the session 1. Yeah, so did everyone sign? No? So today's whole day is more about capacity building and also capacity needs. The first session we have is falling a bit aside of this overall, but especially our colleagues from BNDS asked whether we could have one session about refresher on carbon accounting. So it will not go in depth about how the application works. It's rather providing an overview because there have been many changes in many different accounting standards. So it's really briefly more providing an overview where you have to look closer to get like more information. But afterwards, we will start more really on this idea of capacity needs. So we have one session where together with Marco, we would like to a bit more emphasize on what are the needs from the member, and then over the next sessions to see also what are joint needs, to where maybe also the IDFC club could really leverage on providing either joint activities, or also coming up with some ideas of a bodying system, whatever, to really leverage on the network for improve the capacities. Good. So with this, I would hand over to Marcus. And it's the first session, but be still like, no, you had already the pre-event, so now you should already be awake.
Thank you, Christine, and morning again to all of you. And hope you enjoyed the yesterday. Today is going to be the last day of the training, and this will be my last presentation to you. I had to leave earlier this lunchtime for my flight. So enjoy my last presentation, and I hope you also enjoyed the other 11 ones I think we had before. And I hope you can have some takeaways here. And please, I encourage you to look at the central folder and to recap and go into more detail. There's the additional information also inside the documents. Carbon accounting refresher, as Christine introduced already, it's about carbon accounting systems updating their programs. I think the last session here at IDFCF's meeting was 2 years ago. And now the major reporting systems, the greenhouse gas protocol, the PCAF standard, and the IFRS, ISSB reporting requirements are updating or introducing their methodology for reporting. And the good thing is, just to give a briefing at the beginning, the good thing is that they don't want to reinvent the wheel. That's what all of them said at the beginning, and it looks like they will grow together rather than playing their own game and trying to be outstanding towards others. So they don't see them as competitors. So we have 2 major systems now in place. If it comes to reporting worldwide, this is the IFRS world on the one hand, and then the European CSRD, Corporate Sustainability Reporting Directive World, ESIS regulation on the other side. And then PCAF, it's dedicated to financial institutions. So what I will show you here, first of all, is which levels will we play. So we are talking about low carbon infrastructure reduction projects and similar activities. And the way to look at can happen at 3 different levels. The first and foremost, of course, is the project level itself. So which are the ways the outcome and especially the footprint of such a project and the reduction of such a project is calculated. And then we have the greenhouse gas protocol standard for projects that defines, or it's using certain factors, and it's also referring to IPCC figures and so on. And the second, of course, and the major ones are the standard that such a project is probably referring to. can be a CARB standard, can also be an ISO standard, it's about how to calculate the emission avoided in such a product. The second level is the bank that is financing such a project. What or which standards do touch their requirements for accounting? And I mentioned that already. This is mainly also greenhouse gas protocol, but PCAF and the IFRS, and also CSRD in the EU. It's not mentioned here because recently there hasn't changed anything. So we leave that aside. And the third level then is on a more invested and long-term level, the asset tracking. And here we are looking at core CARM principles, ICBCM-based reporting, but also Article 6 and others. So these are mainly the three levels we're looking at. And this is something here on that slide I want to bring again to your mind. What has happening in the last nearly 5 years, probably. Before, well, the old times, so to say, there was a clear differentiation between year-end, yearly reporting of companies, P&L, balance sheet, management report, and sustainability reporting. Sustainability reporting was voluntary. Some did it not. The format wasn't clear, and slowly this was kind of officially, or official sources were trying to regulate that market, but it was separated. So you can do sustainability reporting, but you can also leave it. I mean, it was more caused by your equity owners and the people owning the company that were requesting that. That, by the way, when I remember my times at Dresdner Bank, there was one shareholder. It was back in 2000, I guess 3. I think it was 2003. He was asking at the shareholder meeting, do we issue a sustainability report? And the board member in charge at the shareholder meeting said, yes, of course we do, although there was nothing behind it. And then all of a sudden they were rushing to set this up as a department close to the board, and out of that other initiatives came out, like trading in emission rights, trading in carbon credits, doing carbon projects, and so on and so on. And also at the end, my former company, First Climate, came out of more or less this question by a shareholder. So it has a strong impact and had a strong impact. But what I want to say is that what has changed now is that the sustainability reporting now is not isolated anymore. It's part of the yearly accounts. So the management report contains the sustainability reporting, and it needs to be audited. So, and that's a completely different story. So PwC, KPMG, they come around and look at that report, and they will also looking at the figures you disclose, your scopes probably, also figures on your financial investments in carbon reduction projects, for example. So it will be and can be audited and will be controlled in a certain way. So, and that's changed the whole thing. People looked at it because now the reporting standards that were still around are now becoming, or are already mandatory as a subsystem of your yearly accounts. So we have P&L set, we have balance sheet, and we have the management commentary, and the subsystems for the management commentary are the greenhouse gas protocol, the PCAF standard, carbon footprinting in general, also greenhouse gas protocol, and ISSB IFRS S2. So these are the systems that contribute to your obligations under IFRS or under under any local gap systems. So the question here now is, how do these different frameworks relate to each other? And yeah, I mean, it's a bit difficult to describe them in a kind of hierarchy, how I tried this here, but it builds on each other. Let's put it that way. So the lowest level, the first layer, is the climate data and MRV system. Before you report any engagement in a climate project, you need to first you need to measure. That's for sure, and the data need to be disclosed. This is normally not anything you are involved in, that comes from the project or the company that is running the project. So on the second level is then how these emissions are measured, and then finally attribute to your reporting. And that is then becoming part of your finance emission accounting, mainly under PCAF or under category 15 of IFRS. If you have this, if you have accounted for these engaged emissions, the next level is then how to report it to the public, and this is the institutional disclosure, and this is then based on the systems I mentioned, ISSB and also ESRS slash CSRD, the European EU reporting standards. And then finally you end up with potential claims and how markets do see that. So it's about carbon credits, it's about net zero claims. So using these data, or on the basis of the data, making any voluntary statements. So this is the hierarchy, how the data is collected and how it will digest it also in your company. Just a very brief view. I think most of you are in line or do know about the general scopes under Greenhouse Gas Protocol. This system is valid for all companies. So that means if you are a chemical company or I don't know, a data company or a bank, Greenhouse Gas Protocol, Scope 1 to 3, it's the same for all companies. But the Greenhouse Gas Protocol is now going more and more into details and is issuing special regulations and reporting guidelines to certain industry areas. And you all know Scope 1 are the direct emissions from a company's facilities. So this is something for the chemical and the energy sector and whatever. And direct emissions from a service company like a bank are only the company vehicles, because they are owned and run by you, and you causing the emissions related to those cars. That's quite small, and normally it's negligible. Sometimes you have your own power stations or heating, which is local, but this is most of the time it's quite small. Then Scope 2 are the purchased energy and also heating and steam, and this is about what kind of power, or what is the basis of the power, for example, that your local power producer, your local utility is providing. So more and more, the larger banks that are very visible and are followed by many people, of course, are using a renewable energy-based power and heating if it's possible. I will mention this because later there are new rules that are referred to that. Normally it's quite difficult to produce your own solar power or wind power. It will be served by the utility. They have their installations hopefully close to where your offices are. But if it's not, they need to be treated differently. And then we come to scope 3, which are the emissions of the value chain you're part of. So you have the upstream and the downstream activities. And upstream is all your purchased goods you need to run your business, the chairs we sit on, whatever, the carpet here, the screens, everything you purchase. And the downstream, now then we come to the financed emissions you're into. And this is normally scope 1, scope 2, and scope 3 upstream. Compared to scope 3, finance emission at a bank are normally between 1 to 70 to 150 times. So that's what I see. I'm advising a bank. It's one of the larger banks in Germany, and their footprint from real emissions 1, 2, and 3 upstream is around 10,000 tons, but their finance emissions are, I think, 80 million or so. So you really have to think about how to handle these finance emissions, but in the first stance, you have to make sure to calculate them correctly. So this is an overview of the key areas of revision to these three standards we're talking about. And here, the scope 2 reform I referred to already. It's about how your renewable energy-based energy is provided. And the most common way to buy renewable energy is that you're using renewable energy certificates, or what they are called today guarantees of origin. So works in a way that if the power is produced by a wind turbine, for example, you're going to split the renewable part of it from the pure physical electricity part. So you end up what we call gray electricity or gray power, which is kind of neutral. And on top of that, you have this renewable part. And if you feed that into the grid, you can take it from the grid somewhere. It doesn't matter, because electricity is electricity. Just the electrons are circulating. So gray electricity, but you buy in parallel, and this is what normally a utility does. They're going to buy the splitted renewable part, the guarantees of origin, which is a certificate certifying that so much renewable energy has been produced and it has been split. And then you remerge them again. So you're putting this certificate on top of the gray power you receive from the grid. And this is all very well established. It's safe. It is verified. So there are half public systems around that to guarantee that this exists. What the new rules here are asking now is that there must be a very strong, timely, and physical relation between the building or the facility where you use that renewable power and the production side. So what normally happens here, what somebody who is buying electricity and want to have it carbon neutral normally does is you receive your regular gray electricity, and then at the end of the year you look at how many megawatt hours you were consuming, and then you go to a provider and said, okay, I need guarantees of origin for X amount of megawatt hours for the last year. And then they're selling you these guarantees. Some of them had produced in January, others in October, or maybe all of it in December. So it's a mixture, normally just one vintage, 1 year. And this is not, I would say, wanted anymore. Means that it needs to be much more, so the production needs to be much more closer to your site where it is used, and it needs to be can't be bundled anymore in a way I described it just over a year. So what you need to do is at least on a monthly basis you have to acquire guarantees of origin, or your utility has, and has to prove that they are fitting together, and that were produced in a closer, timely manner. That is one thing, and the other thing is, but that is quite challenging, that they also should be from the location. They should match, and I don't know how to do it. I mean, if I look at Germany, for example, most of the renewable energy certificates do come from hydropower produced in Norway. So the Norwegians are really proud that 95% of their power is renewably based, but then somebody told them, no, it's below 50, because most of it is sold via guarantees of origin to the whole of Europe, and they put it together with their gray electricity from the grid. So I don't know how what we can do about it to bring this closer together. I mean, we can't move our office locations to Norway, and we can't move hydropower lakes down to middle of Europe. So, but at least it's something that should happen. It's not a strong so mandatory requirement. The second category is now more, it's scope 3, and there are some rules. I think what is worth to mention is that certain asset classes are treated differently, and that are sector-specific emission factors should be used. So it's going much more into detail, rather than using just one factor to translate emissions, or translate any source into concrete emissions, put it that way. That is not an issue, because the factors are there, the data is there, but it's just more technically and a broader task for your accounting under PCAF or under ISSB. And what is new is carbon removal, and this is something that is also it's treated the same way that avoidance credits are treated. So your whole loan portfolio and financial investment portfolio can, in theory, be net zero. I mean, it's really a challenge. But what the reporting requirements are is that you have to separate the different sources. So if you invest in a climate reduction or climate removal project, on the one hand, and you have positive fossil fuel-based emission on the other hand, you're not allowed to issue only the net figure, which might be zero or might be above or even below zero. You have to disclose both sides of it, and if carbon credits are involved, it all needs to be separately reported, and that is also again part of this development here in all of the different reporting systems, transparency and splitting into single sources of emissions or of reductions. Also, what we have here on the claims and disclosure side, so if you want to go for climate neutral statements or whatever, you have to follow the known standards, VCMI and others, we name it, and there are also the regulations in the EU for companies based in the EU, how to report what is allowed and what is not allowed. Now let's go into detail on the PCAF standard, what has changed. First of all, PCAF, just for all of you to understand it correctly, PCAF is about how to count the emissions of a certain investment or a loan or financial engagement in the widest way. The good thing is derivatives are completely out now. They were part of it, but it became obviously too difficult to calculate for it. But this list of formerly 7 or 6 asset classes now has been amended by another 3. I mean, it's not that basic. It's about sub-sovereign debt and especially about securitization and structured products. I think the most relevant one that has been caused a lot of discussions were undrawn loan commitments. Because the rule in the past was that you had to issue, or let's put it that way, if you give a loan to somebody who needs the money in tranches over a certain lifetime. In the past, the rule was you have to account the full nominal amount of that loan without considering which part of it has been drawn. And now it goes into detail and it says, okay, only the drawn part needs to be reported. And here it's also then about probably how these tranches are used. Are they differently invested or used for finance different things, or are they just used for one large project? So that is very relevant, and it will reduce the footprint for many banks quite significantly. And the other, I think, more important thing is that financed emission that have an impact, or where you sealed already something in for the future, that it will have an impact on your net balance in the future, needs to be reported separately. So that's the general concept, is that more transparency, wider, deeper reporting, and separation. That's probably the main concept behind it. This is again just to say the different levels that do exist and are allowed. So the most, or the loosest concept is estimation. Then using sector-specific proxy data. That's also a way to go forward. Then you use company-specific data, which is unverified. Next one is verified, and the second one is real, or the first one and the highest level is reported data. So don't mix it up with the scopes we talked at the beginning. So these are different quality scopes. So these are the levels to use. And what PCAF stands for is, I mean, this is the third wave now of updating of PCAF, but the main thing here are the rules. You are engaged in a loan together with 10 other banks for the daughter company that is only 50% in control of the mother company. And how is that calculated? So how much of this goes on your account with regards to emissions? So these rules, equity investment, who is in control of what, organizational relations, this is what PCAF is really, what really stands for. But now, I mean, they ask the questions, yes, okay, we understand the rules, but which data are we now covering with these rules? And this will be this wave and the next wave that will end in 2028. ISSB, IFRS is also to understand, IFRS S2 as ISSB is not an accounting method, it's a reporting standard. So it's the same like CSRD, ESRS is. It's about how to report the emissions you are engaged in. And it's built on the old TCFD approach. They had these four pillars here. TSFD is the Task Force on Climate-Related Financial Disclosure, which was an initiative, I think also an IFRS initiative, and these levels have been adopted into ISSB, and that also shows that IFRS takes it, let's say, relatively straightforward. So they say, okay, we're looking at CSRD, we're taking the rules of TCFD, and we don't want to reinvent everything. But these four levels are important to understand. If you report under ISSB, this is the governance level. So it's the board responsible for it. And that's the same in CSRD. And it's clear that the board is responsible for that because it will be part or is part of the yearly accounts. So the yearly accounts are board responsibility. Some government's rules take it so far that even the board or the CEO remuneration will be linked to the KPIs that are part of your strategy. They don't like it, but it's there and it's implemented in some institutions. But it depends on their shareholders. I mean, if they ask for it, they say we want to put some pressure on it, okay. And the second level then is the strategy, which is part of your management reporting anyhow, and how climate risk and opportunities affect your business model. This is, many of you might know already, the word double materiality assessment. A real nightmare that we have over the last couple of years under CSRD reporting. But to my experience, it helped. What is it about? Single materiality was the question, how does my business affect climate change in the widest way? Or now it's more like, how does my business help to reach the 1.5 degree target and so on? One direction, just inside out. The double materiality view is outside in. The question, how does climate change is influencing my business? And that caused really some strategically very interesting thinking and discussions. I remember I have a customer which is a large logistic company from Hamburg, and they're having business all over the world, and they're using different ways for transportation, over train, truck, both? Shipping, yeah, right. Shipping, so trans-ocean shipping, but also shipping on rivers, which is quite, using barges it's a relatively low-cost transportation, and they do it quite often. And then I asked the question, say, look, you heard about droughts and sinking water levels in rivers and so on. You cannot assume that in the future you can use barges in the same way you're using it now, because some rivers in summer won't be shippable anymore. There's no way. The water level is too low. And they say, oh yeah, yes. Yeah, and some ports have the same issue. Yes, some ports have the same issue. And then this process started, really considering what the impact of climate change is. And that raised a much better sensibility for these issues. And normally, if you are a financial institution, say, what's my impact on climate change? Nothing. Yeah, I'm an office here and I compensate it and that's it. But that's obviously not the case. I mean, and especially the other way around, how does climate change impact your business? It's very, very strong, very essential. Then the next level is how to handle these risks that you're observing and how to risk manage this. So implementing process for identifying, assessing, and managing climate risk, materiality assessment, I mentioned that. And then finally, first of all, to calculate and taking this as the basis for setting targets. SBTI, which is one of them or the main initiative for setting net zero targets, it's still, for obvious reasons, not very popular under banks because they still are saying Scope 3 financed emissions are part of your emissions and need to be part of your strategy. So they... Yeah.
I'm not as fast.
We were facing the same issue when we estimated our Scope 3 emissions.
Yeah.
And for the financed emissions and reassured emissions, because we have as well a company which is specialized in reinsurance.
Yeah.
We have considered naturally as a team, as a sustainability team, we have considered the Scope 3 emissions. But our top management, they told us it's not in our, we don't have really a power to say something. So we could not have these emissions in our portfolio. When we will have a power, we have to push for some policies, for some strategies, we can consider them.
Yeah.
If not, we cannot.
No, absolutely understandable. And I also think that most of the banks and financial institutions are still in the position to calculate that footprint they have in their finance emissions, which is a real challenge. I mean, it's the same like the ESG data you need for all your investments in a portfolio or in a fund, for example. But that is improving more and more and more. And I think once you have the data, then you can also think about how to handle it and how to risk manage that. But first of all, you need to see something before you start to decide we dive in a different direction.
You're playing the Christian of the day?
We can mix different approach. So mainly for the GHS protocol, when we have really real data, so we can,
no.
And we have as well have PCAF to estimate other emissions.
I mean, you can use it. They trying to be accepted retroactively, so everybody is accepting the other one. Of course, I mean, most of international acting companies do report under IFRS, and then it also makes sense or they account under IFRS. It makes also sense to use ISSB reporting. But CSRD, for example, was first, and then ISSB was following, and PCAF was just in parallel. But now they're all growing together and trying to be exchangeable. This is not completely reached, but I think it's especially over the last 2 years when they issued this new and also will issue these new regulations. They're claiming all the time that the systems will be exchangeable among each other. So you have the choice.
We have faced as well an issue. So when we are mixing different approaches and methods, we should find the correspondence table between the items, the different topic and items. It was really very, very difficult.
Yeah.
So we have used the PRBs, the Principle for Responsible Banking from NPFI, and we had as well the CSRD exercise for the double materiality. And we had different regarding the impact area from the CRCRD, from the PRBs, we had different topics. So to create this link, this bridge between the topics, it was as well not something.
Yeah,
which
no,
is,
I see your point. I mean, my experience from recent years is that at the end, it depends on the auditor. So the auditor decides. They have their policy and they decide what to accept and not to accept. And if it's if it's feasible what you're doing and you can show, then they should accept it. Yeah. I mean, auditors. That's my experience. Sometimes they are just giving a box a click and you think, hey, it's already over. I did expect much more to happen here. And sometimes they go into details which you have never expected. And what I learned, I don't know, maybe Christian, you can confirm that they are doing certain kind of lotteries. So they just said, okay, this needs to be mandatory, of course, but then which examples will we choose? And they're taking these areas from a kind of lottery, and then they said, okay, now we're looking at your subsidy in Sidi Ifni. For what reason ever. No one ever cared. But then they send somebody there, and then you are in trouble, and you don't. Why did they choose this? And that I experienced that 2 or 3 times last year. That all of a sudden a very detail has been picked, and no one knew why. Can you confirm that, Christian? Is that something that is really happening?
Yes, maybe first just mentioning that the auditing is not a black box. The scope of audit assessment and depending the findings that you rise during the, you can maximize the assessment of X or Y particular element of the audit. But in general, the scope of the audit was already agreed with the client before starting with the audit.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
So that's the auditing criteria. That's the concept. Because if you identify that in general, what you are analyzing is okay, but there is some issues, you know, a material finding is the concept. You need to go deeper into that element of the standard of what you are assessing to eliminate the risks of a material finding, you know, affecting the whole compliance of the management system for that particular topic.
Yeah.
Because of that, maybe sometimes can be different the approach of the auditing.
Yeah, because I remember the regular yearly accounts. They normally send these control. What is it called? I don't know. I mean that if there's been let's say an invoice involved or any transfer of money to a counterpart somewhere, they send a controlling request to them that they confirm that this money has really been sent or has been received, so that they have the amount visible on both sides, and then it's about VAT more probably involved and other things, and said, but this has normally was a random process. So which control request they send around, they didn't send it to all of the transfers. That it's not possible. That just has been picked somehow. Yeah, but I never realized in which way. Matthias, yeah.
Yeah. Maybe just to add to the complexity of the whole system is in KfW, in our foreign business, and with partner countries, we also use the IFI framework for harmonized GHG accounting, which is been drawn up and set up by multilateral development banks, but also by IDFC development banks. So we use this in our international business. But for our domestic business, for the bigger part, and for our general reporting, we need to report in accordance with PCAF systematics.
Yeah.
And I mean, generally it's okay because both are based on the greenhouse gas protocol. So that's on the one hand easy. On the other hand, it's a bit challenging because the IFI guidelines, they use an ex-ante model. So we predict the emissions that we will generate, and the PCAF is using an ex-post model. So whenever a financing has been done, then you look at what are the emissions. And to bring these two together was a challenge, but we managed it, and we found a solution for that, and the auditors acknowledged it. Basically, because it's both based on the greenhouse gas protocol, so the methodologies are very similar and are aligned, but it was still a huge headache for us at the beginning to do it, but the auditors agreed to it at the end. So it's possible.
Thank you. Yeah. So a last look here at what changed under IFRS S2 December 2025. I mentioned it already. Derivatives are out, not completely, but most of it. What is also interesting is that IFRS, because it is US based or Anglo-Saxon based, they were using this GICS classification, industry standards classification. But there are a couple of others around, especially the EU has its own industry classification, and now they open it. So you can use any classification, and the corresponding whatever IPCC factors used for certain sub parts of those industries. That's also quite important. Green warming potential is also global warming potential is also a factor. It was required to use IPCC AR6. Don't know in 100% what that means, but that has also been loosened, and it's a bit more flexible what you can use there. Biodiversity is slowly coming in, and then the last one here, this is also in line then with the TCFD regulations and also what CSRD is requiring. I mean, CSRD is not only about emissions. It's about ESG in a broad way, and governance and strategy are part of it. Yeah, I mean, to conclude, be prepared. For me, I'm not involved in that in a day-to-day business, but what I see and hear from my clients is that it's a bit of a more, it's a bit loosening of the rules and more under let's say things are happening more under decisions that are in line with your strategy and not just a strict concept. And yeah, my impression is that the auditors are still the ones that decide if they accept certain calculations or not, because there are now so many different, you mentioned another one, Matthias, and I'm sure there are also others around as well, different reporting requirements you can use. But the positive thing is that they are all, looks like they're all growing together. Yeah, I mean, I want to say a few words now. I mean, I really enjoyed that because that's my last presentation today, and hopefully you too. If you have further question, you can contact Christine or myself anytime also after our training here in Rio, and we will have another online session somewhere in the next months or in the next weeks. Not 100% sure what they will be about, but if you want certain things to be there on the agenda, please let us know, and we will try to cover that. So thank you very much for all your attention and your interesting questions, and hope we'll see you again.
Yeah, thank you very much also from our side, because I think you listened that he also grandpa, and still also it was quite sure that baby will be on time, that he still came. on the Lovers' Day in Brazil, it's also the birthday of his wife. So a lot of commitment to really take this opportunity to make this training. So thanks very much from our side. So he will leave somewhere around lunchtime. So now, first, are there any questions on the presentation? You would disappoint me otherwise.
Thank you. I was thinking a little bit about the task force that is happening in this moment between Greenhouse Gas Protocol and ISO for matching both standards. So I would like to know what's your opinion and what could be our expectation of that task force. Also analyzing that in general for greenhouse gas emission ISO, not directly greenhouse gas protocol. Greenhouse gas protocol corporate assessment, but not for greenhouse gas emission reduction.
ISO. Good question, Christian. My impression is ISO is something that is very well known and applied by people that do handle any technical matters. I mean that's very common there. If you ask an engineer about ISO, of course ISO, what else? And it also has his historical roots in Germany in this DIN Deutsche Industrienorm, which is something that is for many ISO standards is the basis. And the greenhouse gas protocol came from a completely different direction. I mean, it came more from the NGO-driven climate change world, and I think ISO now is waking up. That's my impression, that they realize that especially banks are taking over more the greenhouse gas protocol thinking, and they try still to be in the game. So it's more kind of political thing. But I'm happy that they talk to each other and that there's a task force. I mean, the only connection I had to ISO was this ISO environmental standard 1401 that was applicable. But apart from that, I mean, that was, as a banker, you always look at it like that is something for engineers, and the engineers said, yeah, this is something for us, and the rest we don't care. But this is definitely changing. Yeah.
Other questions? If not, I'm really happy, and I think he's still around, so for questions for some time, that we have now a presentation by Sarah. So welcome. Thank you very much. So it works. So now we're really looking forward. I think you will explain a bit to us what your current journey is, but also would like to get a bit like the feedback from everyone in the room, because I think you're also on the journey and you have some areas where would be also helpful to get like feedback how other banks are doing. So thank you very much, and the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Christine. Can you hear me?
Maybe
Okay. Thank you so much for the introduction, Christine. Please allow to introduce myself. I'm Sarah Budiani. I'm a senior analyst of public financing division. So I'm actually not really a climate specialist here, because I'm from a business division. So I'm going to give you a bit of a business perspective when it comes to climate financing. So for those of you who doesn't know PTSMI is actually we call it PT Sarana Multi Infrastruktur. So it is actually a infrastructure financing company wholly owned by the government of Indonesia through our Ministry of Finance. And then since we are an infrastructure financing company, we basically finance around 20 sectors of infrastructure, ranging from transportation to social infrastructure. We have 3 business pillars. One is the commercial arms. Basically, we provide financing to corporates like private sectors. We also provide both conventional and Sharia loan. We also have equity investment and other innovative financing instruments. And when it comes to like commercial arms, of course, we provide a risk-based financing. And for the development arms, we call it public financing. We provide financing to the municipalities, also to the regionally owned enterprises, basically a municipal institution, and then also for the public service authorities. And for this development arms, we basically provide concessional loans. So we're focusing on projects with high economic and also social impacts. And for the last pillar is the advisory and project development. So we basically provide advisory on financial and investment. We also do financial arranger. We provide project development facility for PPP projects, as well as non-PPP projects. Also technical assistance and capacity building. So just to give you a glimpse of what the carbon finance ecosystem is in Indonesia. So based on the regulations timeline, we first have a government regulation back in 2017. Basically, this is when the environmental economic instruments is being introduced. And then this is followed up by a presidential regulation 98/2021, where they introduced the architecture of like carbon trading, taxation, and ceilings. And then in between 2021 to 2025 is where they have the implementing rules issued by the Ministry of Environment and also Ministry of Energy. And then last one, which was like last year, they actually overhaul the presidential regulation 98 using a presidential regulation 110 2025, where they introduced independent carbon trading, international standards, and is also recognized. So there are, for the commodities, just like other countries, we have emission quota and also carbon credit or voluntary carbon credit. For the emission quota, so far, it's only for the power sector. So coal above 25 megawatts, and then in 2025, it was around 563 installations. And then for the carbon credit, this is open to verified green projects. And then for the how the market operates, we have the rule makers, as I've mentioned before. It was under the Ministry of Energy and also the Ministry of Environment, where they set the emission limits. They also oversee the MRV. Then we also have the National Registry, and then we also have the IDX Carbon, which is the trade hub. So this is a platform hosted on the Indonesia Stock Exchange. But then since this was, I think this was introduced back in 2023, it is still in the early stage. So far, it was only around like 4.9 million US dollar traded, around 132 participants, and the target for full scale operation is by June 2028. For PTSMI role, as of now, we already issued green bonds, and then we also issued sustainability reporting. And then we also have a platform, which is a blended finance platform called SDG Indonesia One, where we funnel concessional funds from international donors to local climate projects that meet national criteria. And then this is something that we're currently discussing. Hopefully, as the market matures, we can provide project lending where the resulting carbon credits can create additional revenue stream, so it can improve borrowers' repayment capacity. So in terms of climate financing, these are the 6 achievements so far that we've achieved. This is based on our 2025 sustainability report and also our 2024 PCAF finance emission report. So in terms of sustainable finance portfolio, it has grew from 9% in 2023 to 26.21%, which is beyond the target of 10%. And then for finance emissions, we based on 140 borrowers, around 91% coverage of our total portfolio is around 1.78 million rupiahs, 1.78 million tons of CO2 equivalent. And then for our coal portfolio exposure, we have at around 1.86%. And then for renewable energy capacity added in 2025, it was around 247 megawatts. We also have a 4.43 billion tons of CO2 equivalent avoided per year, from our renewable energy and clean transport portfolio. And then we also have avoided emission growth up to 18.6%. And the reason why we still have a coal portfolio exposure is because under the energy transition mechanism mandated by the Ministry of Finance, we are actually actively funding energy transition. So this finance emission here is basically targeting the transition candidates. So we're currently being helped by NUCA, which is it's an initiative under the IFC. Sorry, what? Yeah, it is basically a. It is, how do you say? This is actually a. Okay, so the NUCA program needs an urgency for climate action, right? This is conducted by the IDFC, AFD, and Think Policy, where they actually do a climate finance capacity assessment. So based on their assessment, this was done early this year. So they benchmark PTSMI with KFW. So in terms of the whole layer from operational GHG to carbon markets, we have only adopted the GHG operational. And then for the PCIF finance emission, we've been doing it since 2024. And then for the TCFD, GRI standards, and also the NGFS scenarios, they're all emerging. So in terms of comparing to other public development banks here, maybe we're still doing baby steps. And then this is the external diagnosis done by the NUCA. So we have identified two gaps. One is the ecosystem level gaps and also the internal gaps. For the ecosystem gaps, basically, I think the biggest hurdles is that climate-related projects is being seen as a luxury, or it's like nice to have amongst borrowers. And then for PTSMI, our KPI is still set externally by the Ministry of Finance, and it is basically still profit-driven. And then again, the gains from climate compliance still remain externalized, and it does not lead to direct economic gains. For under the SDG Indonesia One blended finance platforms, international funders set standards which do not necessarily match with the borrower's needs, priorities, and capacity. And then climate finance products are not yet competitive due to low market readiness and regulatory clarity. And then within PDSMI itself, we have different level of understanding among our divisions when it comes to climate finance implementation. And then there's also different level of urgency and prioritization, and then lack of available tools to simplify process and making the case of like climate in the investment decision making. So even if we address the internal capacity alone, it will not really solve the ecosystem level constraint because this is something that is beyond our control. Since I'm from a business division, the biggest hurdle from us is actually the demand problem, especially for municipality borrowers. So climate finance is hard when borrowers don't really see climate compliance as a condition for accessing capitals. So we have 546 Indonesian municipalities, and we've only financed 112. So that means it's around 20% penetration rate. The reason why the penetration rate is not really taking up is because one, we are competing not only with other locally owned banks, but also with transfer funds from the central government. And then although we provide competitive concessional rates, but the rate advantage alone is insufficient when compliance cost is perceived as high. So this is why climate compliance is viewed as a luxury cost with no immediate payoffs for the constituents. And because giving loans to municipalities is also constrained by the political cycle, because we are only allowed to provide financing within the tenure of the municipal head. So the municipal head tenure is around 5 years. We cannot give loans beyond 5 years unless it's a revenue generating projects. The logic behind it is because if it's a revenue generating projects, then they can actually use the revenue to help them with the repayments. So it's not really a problem of legacy from the municipal head. But if it's not a revenue generating project, then we are only limited to provide financing up to or within the tenure of the municipal head. So to go away with that, we actually issued a new instrument called sustainability linked loans, and this is directed to the municipal related institutions like the local water company. So this instrument is basically, we provide interest rates reduction as an incentive for every sustainability linked KPI achieved by the debtors. But then again, even with this financial incentive, uptake remains limited. So far, we've only have one pipeline for this alone. And I think it's also because borrowers are not yet motivated by sustainability KPIs as a performance objective. So what do we have at the moment? So we already have green bonds issued back in 2018. We are GCF accreditation, so we are actually the first GCF accredited entity in Southeast Asia. We also issued our PCAF finance emissions. We also have sustainability report, but then those four have their own limits. Per se, like for green bonds, right? It does not yet require full portfolio level GHG disclosure or transitional planning. And that for the GCF, we are still being supported only within the project preparation facility, not yet for financing. For the PCI finance emission, it's also done, it's not yet 100% of our portfolio because of lacking of data, and then the data quality itself scores vary between 2 to 5 across sectors. And then for the sustainability report, it's actually it is actually mandatory under our Financial Service Authority regulation, but then GRI disclosure is partial, the TCFD is still emerging, and then still no external assurance on the full report. So what are the other relevant efforts done by us? So even though there's no regulatory yet for climate risk stress testing, but because we are a non-banking financial institution, what they already have is basically for bank financial institution. We actually adopt this banking CRMS framework, and then we're currently conducting a study for this to basically ensure that when the regulation is there, we can be ready to operationalize it. And then for our internal corporate social responsibility efforts, we already planted mangroves as well to offset 9% of our internal emissions. We also have solar panel in our office. We also built mini hydropower plant, and also energy intensity down, paper down, and net emissions decrease. But this is basically under the corporate social responsibility efforts. And then again, there's so the NUCA paper basically identified around 7 windows of opportunities, from negotiating realistic KPIs with our shareholders, which is the Ministry of Finance. We also, they also suggested us to provide a proactive advisory to borrowers, leverage financial tools, deploy tailored trainings, practice-based pilot projects, up to innovative product creation to drive demand. Via targeted education. But again, we're still working on the first one, which is the gaps, hopefully to be able to do these 7 windows of opportunities. So PTSMI is still building, not yet operating. We have green bonds, GSCF accreditation, a PCAF report, sustainability report. So the foundation is already there. Our sustainability finance is also growing in a good trajectory, and then our coal exposure is also below the threshold. We have PCAF, finance emission calculated and disclosed. However, we have no published transition plan. CRS study is still being done, and then SBTI not committed. And again, the biggest problem for us is the borrower demands. Even sustainability link incentive exists, uptake is very limited. Again, since we are still at a very nascent stage, these are the questions that I'd like to ask for the floor with other PDBs. What are the stages there is for PDBs before they can fully tap into the carbon market? And then can other PDBs here share what are the necessary conditions for each stage that needs to be fulfilled before they reach where they are right now in carbon financing? I can hear from you guys that I think like for CAF is already at the very advanced stage, maybe, and then DBSA is also considering to have like 2 new financing instruments on this. And then before you reach those stages, what are the things that is like necessary to have? Appreciate if you could share within this room. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks very much. Thanks for sharing your like the journey. I think it was really interesting also for everyone to see how you're going about. So I think now the questions goes out to the different persons here in the room. Does someone have the first idea how on these questions which were laid out by Sarah?
Maybe I can go. Do you hear me? Okay. Maybe I can go for the. Maybe I go for the first question. What is needed for to get or to enter the carbon markets? I don't think there's a lot needed. For instance, you mentioned GCF accreditation. It's not needed for entering the carbon market. Also, if you go for accounting standards, they of course help. If you have an accounting standard, then this can help you also in carbon markets, but it's not absolutely needed for carbon markets. For carbon markets, you would probably need to develop instruments and set up specifically for carbon market activities. And I mean, we heard it all now here during this week. Carbon markets are complex, but are manageable somehow. So it's I would see it more as a new instrument that needs to be developed within the PDBs. They need to find a strategy. What they want to do is more the financing aspect of a carbon market project and taking the carbon market revenues into account within the financing stream, or is it more the trading, getting the carbon credits and selling them to someone, or maybe both? So every PDB needs to find its own strategy, what they want to do with carbon markets, and then the instruments, financial instruments can be developed. And it's probably more like the challenges are probably getting the expertise of carbon markets in-house and seeing what is needed to do an Article 6 project or a VCM project. What are the methodologies? What kind of expertise do we need in-house? Maybe something can be outsourced and done by consultants. So it's something new and in addition to what you have already done.
Okay.
I think there needs to be a clear understanding of why do you want to play in the carbon market space. It needs to align with your climate finance objectives. I think from our experience, the way we've embarked on this journey is to have a staged process where we've developed our our carbon markets framework. We've got that approved at board, and critical to that framework is capacitation, in-house capacitation of our transactors to ensure that when we bring projects into the bank, that there's a clear understanding and appreciation of the carbon markets and the risks associated with the markets. Yeah, I think that's our experience. Thanks.
I have two microphones. Anyone from BNDS? Because I think you're already also quite advanced.
Yeah, from BNDS experience, we have the Brazilian Climate Fund, which helped us to scale the forest projects. I mean, we had a very long experience with non-reimbursable projects of forest restoration, biomes restoration, since 2015, I think. And from that experience, our technical team were able to, with a larger funding, to provide funding for these bigger projects that have a very good potential to access the voluntary carbon market. And so we had this journey first to acquire technical experience with the sector, the forest sector, the restoration sector. And we also had the experience of Amazon Fund, which is the largest Red Plus fund in the world, but it's a jurisdictional experience. And so there were a lot of stages that we had to go through so we could finally provide and finance these bigger projects. But we also have a lot to do because the carbon markets keep evolving, so we have to evolve as well. And right now we are maturing our carbon emissions calculations. So we advanced in this point as well. So we have our calculators, so that will bring more more transparency to our projects, that we are measuring our results of carbon emissions avoidance or removals. And so summarizing, I think we have to have technical experience from our teams. We have to have funding for the projects, and we have to have MRV measurement to bring transparency and credibility to our projects so they can sell very high integrity credits in the market.
I think maybe if you are a bit in a different perspective, what would be? I think you're also in the way to develop something. How do you approach this?
So we are in the way to set in place the infrastructure for a carbon ecosystem. We have already created what we call the Green Asset Cluster in Casablanca Finance City within the CDG Group and Casablanca Finance City Authority. We are recruiting project developer, we are recruiting verificators, we are recruiting specialists of MRV, to the cluster. And we are working with the Ministry of Energy and Sustainable Development to have this term sheet with the Norway, which is the first bilateral term sheet, so which is in the mandatory carbon market. And in the meantime, we are developing the voluntary carbon market as well in Morocco, but with this opening to the African continents. So we are working with the African Climate Association, Carbon Climate Association. We organize different workshops, so about capacity building mainly. It's not an easy topic. It's a complex sector. So we are us as well learning. So we do here in this facility, but as well with other partners locally and internationally. And we are trying to build the first, as I said, the first value chain with the different partners in the ecosystem in order to be ready to launch something within the COP 31 in Istanbul, in Ankara, in Turkey.
Good to know. You have already a microphone. By the way, Tawana will provide you the recording of the session so that you can really also better check later what were all the different comments.
Yes, thank you. From our side, American, the Caribbean, about us like a actor. Sorry, before configuring us or thinking about us like an actor, like a market actor, the question was how can we ensure a landscape for the carbon markets satisfying the elements of integrity, impact, institutionality, transparency, because at the beginning what you think is that you have basket of opportunities, but you are not analyzing the risks, not just financial risks, but also reputational risks. So before being a market actor, working with the governments, ensuring that the MRV systems are in place, that the regulation is good enough to satisfy those elements of integrity, impact, institutionality, and transparency. And after that, start with the financial instruments promoting the inclusion of the carbon market. mainly in our credit operations, not something additional because the appetite risk is too low, I have to say, in terms of the profitability of the project of the carbon projects, but at least including them for the compensation of the scope 1 and 2 emissions of our credit operations.
I think something I also left out is I think it's important to form strategic partnerships and alliances, because carbon markets, it's such a I always recall during our roadshow, when we did a roadshow to our commercial banks, one of the banks used an analogy of a forest. They said the carbon markets is like a forest and they can't see the tree from the forest. So I thought that's a good analogy to sum up all the complexities in the carbon markets. And I think if you're an entity starting your journey in the carbon markets, it's good to partner and form strategic alliances with other companies that are already involved in the sector.
Thank you. So as mentioned already, we are still in the phase of setting up all the framework for being able to participate to the carbon markets. But in our specific case, and also because I sit in between the bank and the ministry, in the Italian case, I think that the Ministry of Environment is doing a good job in pushing a lot, involving also the private sector, which would be in the end the developers that would be able to develop projects that can generate carbon credits. And because of the Italian Climate Fund, this allows for a strong collaboration with the Public Development Bank. So the two parts, like the public with the ministry and the bank, so Cassa Depositi e Prestiti, in this case are really join forces together to be able to proceed step by step, but jointly in setting up the framework, but also already engaging with those actors that then would be able to actually originate projects and generate carbon markets.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think you get some inputs, and anyhow, you know also from the WhatsApp group who else to contact in case you have further questions. So I think we have now passed the first session now and earned our first break. So we make it about 15 minutes, and afterwards we start with a session which is more about understanding a bit more the capacity needs from the different participants, and also to then in a later stage see whether we find some common ground where the IDFC club could also maybe provide really joint or use this really as to provide support for all members, as I think that's one of the important areas. So thanks very much and enjoy your coffee. Now, we hope that when I start to talk, what do you have here? Oh, that looks nice. From your home country? Where are you actually based? In Colombia? You? Yeah. Are you based in Colombia? And is this from Colombia? That's not written in Japanese. But for sure it's Japan for export. So we want to do an exercise, and I hope if I start to talk that maybe the people are coming in. That's at least one try. The idea where if you go on the SharePoint, there is an assessment sheet, and I need also to share in the same time the presentation, which we want to use to work jointly with you. But first we want to set again a bit like the frame. Yes, give me a second. I think you have to scroll down and then you see it. Ah, my pointer is missing. So, as we said, like the idea of this session is to think a bit more about whether we can leverage on the different needs of the organizations. So to make the frame, we thought we'll first give a bit of introduction to kind of recap also in a way what were the different topics we discussed over the last 2, 3, 4, more 4 days. And then to explain a bit like the exercise. So a bit the idea is like how to come really from the capacities to the readiness. So this is just a collection where we were thinking upfront, like what are the different capacities which you might need in order to really comply with a frame like this changing environment we see now with the compliance market. So a bit like on the project and appraisal level or due diligence, that expertise or capacities are needed. Or sometimes also, depending really on this level of the different organizations, some have to improve maybe their safeguards or the way they are comply or working with their stakeholders. So this is just a list of ideas where capacities might be needed. So it should be not like that everyone needs it. It depends really on your own institution, and it depends also on where do you actually want to go. So as we said earlier, whether you want to comply or increase more your capacities on the technical level, on the financial level, is it more on the strategic level. So this is also to just give like in some thoughts we had. I don't know, is there something missing as a key capacity which you think which needs to be developed in order to kind of be ready to also work with the new situation with the compliance market and the national ones? Technical assistance. But yeah, I think it will be a mix of technical assistance and capacity building, because this is anyhow, I think a bit like, depending on who you talk, they're defining it differently. But I think the idea here is to, in the assessment, we want first to ask everyone to understand a bit like what are the kind of skills. I would now call it rather skills. Your institutions, you think you need to improve, so that at a second step we can then think about, can we kind of really identify some skills where the IDFC club could say, okay, look, we can support you because this is a common skill everyone needs to develop, and it's also something which can be taught on a way which is not institutional specific, because I think this is always a bit like the challenge. Sometimes you can name something similar, and if you would like to do it at CDP, it would mean something completely different. But this is a bit like the idea we had for this day now, to really try to identify what are skills. It could be soft skills or the technical skills different IDFC members would like to strengthen over the next time to really be able to also scale up carbon finance. And this is just a list. Yeah, my pointer is somewhere. So, and the idea we had, but it's really not to take it like as a tick box, was just like, you know, that you need now to better understand also what your governments are doing. You are working with them, you have the mainnet, so I think that's kind of obvious. But also, maybe you need also stronger data interfaces, or you need to improve your MRV systems or increase the transparency. So this was kind of our thinking, where we were collecting some ideas in the upfront, what are the skills, and we tried them a bit in alignment of our exercise to group them according 5 topics. So what we thought as key topics maybe to look at, it's the first, about like mandate and strategy. So about areas, gaps you identify in institutional and regulatory capacities. So for your institution to comply with the changes which are ongoing. So in your institution, primary, not other stakeholders. I think there are also capacities to build up, but the idea is more really to focus on the PBBs. And you have to say something if I do not comply with exactly what we want to go, where to go, Margot. Because it's a joint info.
No, no, I think the exercise is quite simple. So basically, to start from the top, in the IDFC state of ambition, carbon market has been also identified as one of the strategic area. Now, also we are trying to get also this training to a little bit understand how do we want to enter and tackle this, not only at the club level, but also at the facility level in terms of kind of support that we can provide. So I think it's, and we know that it was a little bit overwhelming because you can enter carbon finance through different entry points. So this session is really to identify and to help you prioritize what are the things that you want to develop internally, based on what is potentially perceived as gap, but also of what we would like to prioritize on. And this afternoon, it's more, I would say, kind of a collective intelligent thinking on how do we translate those different needs and expectation at in a program or in a kind of strategic framing at the club level. So that's because we have several ideas, and also throughout the week, several partners have mentioned their interest to potentially work with IDFC for co-financing or capacity building. So we'll just include also those potential lever that we can use, but we really want to, whatever will also now detailed in this IDFC climate strategy and state of ambition, would start from those discussion as well. So it's kind of bottom-up approach. So what is the needs and priorities at the institutional level, and then this afternoon, on what do we want to build together if we want to have like a, let's say, kind of a carbon finance program similar to NUCA, where we could pool demand and TA support into a program, whether it is to, I would say, enhance institutional capacities or to develop project pipeline. Those kind of, different priorities that we want to identify in the spectrum of possibilities.
Thank you very much. And for the exercise we have planned, we have kind of categorized the capacity needs according to these 5 areas. And we just want to explain them shortly so that we at least approximately speak about the same. So as I said, the one is about institutional and regulatory capacity. And I was so surprised what happened now. Thank you. So the other one is about technical and MRV capacity. So do not count it really from a scientific perspective, this categorization and the words, but I think you understand a bit like what we understand or what we want to tell about the background. So the other one was about the legal and the governance capacities. It was more in the way how, like if you want to set up a new structure, what are the capacities or what you have you identified in these areas you need before you can even implement next steps. The other ones, we called it financial and accounting capacity. It's a bit like what you said, like to also identify, are you more focusing on the technical capacity or more on the financial one? And then we called it kind of market infrastructure capacity. It's like a bit ability to understand a bit more broader your market and also the idea how to bring it into the market. So I think we could also do a whole session about whether these categories are correct, but I think that's not the purpose about. The idea is really to get a bit like an assessment and then to see a bit like where we can leverage on different capacities. So now for the exercise. If you go on the SharePoint, we have uploaded a document. It's an Excel file. I can also, which has basically different sheets. And the first sheet is more on the assessment level. And I think for the classification, I think we would maybe keep, for example, the institutions which are in a larger group existing in one group because you're working on one institution. So I think we obviously have DBSA as one group. So you are, I would go, I think you're a good group. You're group 2? Okay, 3. 3 is here in this corner. So we have you in one group. I would, okay, we still have sufficient BNDS colleagues here. So I think BNDS would be group 1. And for the others, it depends. You want CAF CDP? Oh. And we have Sarah, Sonia, and maybe Matthias can join and so the Latin Italian group. So you're accepted by CDP as a colleague. So So really, yeah, yeah. And you might DBSA, great. Okay, so it's yeah, it makes sense geographically. Then I think you are the mixed up group, and maybe Matthias, you can join also this discussion, and then you decide. Maybe it makes sense to focus more on PTSMI as a case, and then you can bring in your expertise that help Sarah. So I hope everyone can access the sheet, and it's kind of really self-explanatory again with like, you know, drop down and open and whatever fields. And you will see the idea is first to identify where are the gaps. And the next step is to think about the prioritization. And once you have fulfilled this step, then we will come back together and discuss like, where do we find the common areas for the IDFC members? Yeah. Assessment. We need to make it smaller. It's supposed to be in carbon markets, but I would say if you identify something where it's really important, I think the facility is not focusing only on carbon finance. So it could be also. Oder tragt ihr sich ein? Ne? Nee, zu zweit ja. So there is a share point. So I am in contact with you. Yeah. So if you have access to download, just but you have no internet, so doesn't matter. So it can't be from the no, but we will ensure. So if you have any problems, that's my internet. Now maybe it's yes.
They are looking here probably for partnership.
5 minutes, and then we are wrapping up. The entrance, did you see it? It's, there was a stair. It's really next to that. Okay. So it's apparently it's the oldest one in the okay. But here's too, me too. And today is Lovers' Day in Brazil. Yeah. And it's St. Anthony is the saint behind, and the convent here is from St. Anthony. I got yesterday really a crash course by Christina on the way to.
Oh, that's the guy who did on Luna, because I saw him that he was giving letter to several people. Yeah.
Cute. Okay. Oh, we just realized in last second that we forgot to print Krishna's certificate, which was not in the list. Havana is trying to get it now, and also from the DBSA colleague who is online.
I had a question also. Do I need to wait until I participate to the Sustainable Academy to get the diploma if I get all my examination?
You have passed the thesis. Okay. You can send it to okay. It's Finn, I think, is your counterpart, right?
Yeah.
That's right.
Okay.
So
but
you
I think
passed?
I don't know, because there's have to evaluate my thesis.
I'm pretty sure if you pass. It's on Karma Finance, correct?
Yes.
We should send it to you just for me to see what you
Because I initially I started off because for me it was very, it was digital integrity, which is mostly linked to the carbon market. It was about ETS. I was like very first question, so I started doing public thinking, and then I realized that it was limited to 7 pages.
Yeah, because it's a diploma thesis, not a master thesis. still 7 pages. It's tough. It's more difficult. When you go into the climate fund, there was a simplified approval process. I would always chose shorter. It's more difficult. Yeah, it's not simplified. Yeah. That's teamwork. Problem-oriented. That's what I said was my new was whatever happens vis-a-vis the client, I know always she has 100% my back, and maybe in the background she will come better. Also, never shouting, but be normally then something doesn't work, and really always solution-oriented. Not like the other guy I told you, whereas it's really much So I think we would like to shortly to wrap up, and we would ask you to send the file to my email address, and if you have Marcus also in copy, because we would then try to compile the results and pick it up in a later section where I think 5.54, something around, where we then can present like the results of the different groups, 5. So can you send your sheet to my email address? I sent it a Teams link. So does the person with the file have my email address? And then so it would be great if you can send it, then we can compile it and we will present the results later, and then see where from this we can maybe come up with good ideas. And now Christina is just not in the room, but she offered it's more for the BNDS stuff. There is a convent which is directly outside the door, which is quite old, and she offered to take the persons who are interested for half an hour there. So, but it means that you shorten your lunchtime. It's voluntary, so no obligation. It's just, there is right outside the door, there's a convent. And Christina would offer the ones who are interested to take them for half an hour to go there. But it means that you're shortening your lunch. So it's just for the ones who are... They should just come to me, and then we go up. I'm sounding like a Mickey Mouse. And, and then we would join lunch like just a half an hour later. Yeah, so we are more or less starting to get to the end of our whole training. So for the ones who did not join to the convent, it was really impressive to see this church. So we really enjoyed our shortened lunch break. Now we decided we are merging more or less the presentation session 3 and 4, as Christian was already presenting the strategy by the beginning of the week. So we will start first with Marco, who will, just for the ones who are maybe not familiar, provide again an overview what the facility is already providing as offer. Then afterwards we have online Frank, who will provide like a more information of one of the ideas they are working on. And then Matthias will provide like information how the KfWV strategy in carbon finance is looking like. And okay. So you can already vote.
Okay. So I think it's just going to be a recap for some of you, but as you may know, the IDFC facility was initially created in 2019 with the idea of building this kind of operational arm of the club, following a joint declaration of the club to align with the Paris Agreement. So the initial idea was really to build those institutional capacity to better align with the Paris Agreement, acting really upstream, meaning helping to develop the right policies, strategy, providing training, and I would say more initially as a pilot tool. So we have tried a lot of different programs, mentoring, readiness, support to access GCF, to see what would best work, what would make more sense. And now we are entering the second phase because the facility has been it has been approved that it is going to be renewed for the next 5 years. So we have been thinking on how to really institutionalize the offer into something that will be clear enough for IDFC members to read and to navigate and to come to us with a better understanding on how we can support. So what is the scope of what we can do and not, and how can we build the right, I would say, linkages with the partners where, I would say, our limit of intervention stop. Okay, okay. If I just think about the first slide. So we have been redesigning a little bit the structure of the offering, also building on the evaluation that we have done for the first phase with a main, I would say, two main key takeaways. The first one is, yes, we're a club, but we know that within it there is a very broad diverse of institution, depending on the mandate, the context in which they operate, but also the experience that they have on climate and biodiversity. So that was just a short recap. So that's just an overview of what we have done, but again, in a kind of learning by doing approach and testing a lot of things, that is training, also doing a little bit of advocacy, participating to the COP. And we have started also to design joint program to raise additional TA support. So again, it was how do we restructure that and what do we prioritize? So kind of activities that we have done was capacity building, developing tools, kind of different knowledge projects. But I think what was the most interesting thing, and I think that is also what we are where we want to go, is how can we make this facility more catalytic and how can we improve our leverage effect to build a little bit on our experience in TA program engineering to pull the demand where there is like join our common needs, whether they're like sectoral for building pipeline in specific subsector or whether it is to address specific, I would say, instrument. So how can we build that to replicate what we have done with especially one program that is called NUCA. So where we have 5 IDFC members who join together, run a program that will especially tackle climate municipal finance to raise funding from external donor, but always around the 3 same key pillar, meaning always having a component that will still address and build institutional capacity upstream, one that will be more focused on structuring pipeline that will be aligned with those institutional strategy, and the third one on peer-to-peer exchange, so that we can also optimize this kind of spillover effect within participants of those programs. So just what was the kind of value proposition of the club, what make this facility a little bit more different from all TA facilities that you may find. The first one is, of course, the ensuring within the club. A club that is CEO endorsed, so of course, whatever a program or strategy that we do will be approved by those higher institutional discussion. And that's also why now we are working really closely with the Secretariat so that we can really translate, I would say, CEO level discussion into proposition of operational programs and capacity building or TA program support. So this kind of rebranded offerings, and it will develop a kind of nice catalog so that you can really navigate and understand what would be the right focal point for whatever support need you may have. The first one is that I would say the most straightforward is continuing capacity building, but having a more systematic approach. So really having recurring training cycles for both climate and biodiversity. because that was something that was most appreciated by members. But really now working on not just having, I would say, one-shot training, but thinking what would be the training pathway. So also identifying for specific skills or thematic area, negotiating, I would say, special price for certifying training. So that could be, you know, with the Frankfurt School, but also for different institutions for specific areas, so that we can also negotiate specific access for members to have this spectrum from, I would say, very soft training online to, I would say, in-person training that would leverage also peer learning, and building those linkages with those training that will actually help you having certified experts within the banks on, I would say, new frontier topics. Another one that is still like pending also because they are still fundraising for the entire budget, but it's also having a mentoring program. So maybe building a subgroup of banks who want to, I would say, work, for instance, you mentioned together on how can we improve our offer of sustainability linked loans. Then we could convene, if you have similar members who want to work on this, then convene additional experts and organizing throughout 6 months a regular exchange with like expert review that will accompany them in working on this specific topic. The second pillar is, again, because we know that we couldn't have now just a single offer and type of support for all different IDFC members within the bank, is allocating within our budget a kind of flexible on-demand support window. So meaning asking for TA support up to a certain amount for, I would say, innovative work that you want to connect within your bank. That would, for us to give a little bit of push to allow you to implement this. So just a very short example, for example, ICD, which is like the private sector arm of the Islamic Development Bank, that is a member of IDFC. They wanted to have their first double materiality assessment, which was quite a kind of new assessment for the bank, but also for the peer. So we are supporting that, at least part of the assessment, just to accelerate a little bit the process and also encourage the process within the bank and within their executive. And this support window, because we really want to have this logic of encouraging cooperation, it's mostly prioritizing banks that are from like emerging country and developing countries, but also we have specific eligibility criteria to encourage joint proposal. So for instance, we have several members who want to work on a joint concept note for GCF application. Then we could co-finance a program that will help them simultaneously to work on that concept note. And the third pillar is precisely the one that aims to optimize our, I would say, leverage effects to mobilize additional TA funding, is those joint thematic program to identify subgroup of IDFC members who have specific thematic priority. And this one is really, when we have those thematic program, go a little bit more operational toward, I would say, pipeline developments. The two first pillar, I would say, more upstream institutional and technical support, while the third one aims to go a little bit more into financing feasibility studies and so on. But that requires additional TA because, you know, that is costly to develop a pipeline and to finance, I would say, a substantial number of feasibility study. So that's why we take a little bit on us to do this financial engineering, program design, engagement with external donor, to have those joint program involving several IDFC members and potentially non-IDFC members. So way forward, again, of course, for us is really to consolidate a little bit this offer and internal team and how do we work with you, but also, and I think most importantly, is really understanding the knowledge of each bank. So we are starting to work on a tracker. Also, so which bank already have a standalone climate policy, which one has how their level of advancement in the climate risk screening, how many people do they have within their climate or sustainability division, so that we can make the right link between the bank and better be more responsive and even sometimes proactively provide support when it is needed. I won't go too deep on that. It's just, so you know, NUCA is a program on subnational climate finance that we have, for which we already have raised funding from IKI. And we have like 2 more in the pipeline that have not reached, I would say, full-scale implementation, but one for which we raised funding from a global climate fund, so a philanthropic foundation, to at least support a few banks precisely on the developing energy policy and capacities, to then expanding this program with, I would say, maybe 4, 5, 6 banks, to then work more on pipeline development once they have the right institutional framework. And a third one that is with my colleague, with my equivalent biodiversity finance on nature-based solution. Final, and then I will stop, because a good example of the kind of joint program that we can develop also in carbon finance has been proposed by the BOAD. We also want to develop a carbon finance program. So those discussions, especially those that we will have after, could feed the design and the scope and the framing of what would be a carbon finance program for IDFC. So how do we, just give you also, we are clean up a little bit the I would say, architecture on where does a facility sit within this IDFC architecture. So we have the secretariat, the working group, where you have all those institutional exchange and I would say advocacy work. And for us is we translate and take all those input to work on, I would say, more a technical and operational level. So the novelty that we'll have is this advisory board. It will be just a light touch advisory board, just to provide a steering advisory, where, for instance, we may raise additional funding. So how do we allocate those funding across our 3 pillars? If there is potentially a strategic adjustment also in a support, and also to when, in case we are like overloaded with demand for the on-demand support window, also have a kind of objective instance to validate and prioritize those demands according to preset criteria. And I will stop there, but happy to answer any question you may have. And of course, we want to be a front desk, a front support desk. So do not hesitate to really ask us for any support, and we are just there to do. And we are really keen to learn and be really familiar in how your organization work, so that we can optimize linkages that we have also with other technical partners that we have around IDFC, but also FIX. That's all. No question. So maybe that would be a moment for Frank to elaborate a little bit on the carbon finance program he had proposed to the Sherpa, if he is online. Yes. Frank? Can you hear us? Yeah.
I can hear you.
Okay, good. Do you have a presentation?
Can you hear
Or?
me? Yes, I do. But hold on for me to just trying to set this up.
Yeah.
Yes, can you see my screen?
Yeah, it's coming.
Okay.
Can you put it on full screen mode? Yeah, on presentation mode. Oh, good.
We good?
Yes.
All right. Okay. Hi guys. Very nice to see you all again. Apologies, I had to leave a bit early the training to attend to other matters, but in spirit and in thoughts, I was with you guys, and I hope everything went well. And I know you're just coming back from a lunch, so I'll just be very brief with the presentation. So, as Margot touched on, the IDFC Carbon Program really has been designed as a way of encouraging or nurturing the idea behind carbon market and its potential for IDFC members. So it's to strengthen really climate finance capacity across the various IDFC members. So the challenge we all know, climate change disproportionately affects developing economies. Large-scale investments and innovative financial mechanisms are needed to mobilize public and private capital. So the opportunity presents itself in such a way that we and some of the IDFC members are already doing a lot of climate finance. So carbon finance would be an enabler, a critical tool, including GHG reduction initiatives, carbon credit rating, trading, and result-based climate finance to generate measurable climate benefits on the ground. What are the various objectives of this program? Very simple: build capacity, prepare projects, share knowledge, and mobilize resources. Okay, so we understood from our assessments earlier that there is a significant gap in knowledge when it comes to carbon credit and its implementation and how this could benefit a project and run a bank or financial institutions. So the first idea was to strengthen technical and institutional capacity of IDFC members that have shown interest in the carbon finance and carbon markets in general, and then help them through the hiring of experts in preparing projects that's supporting them to develop bankable climate and carbon projects that could be submitted to climate funds. So some of the members, as you know, are also accredited to the GCF, the GEF, and the Adaptation Fund, more recently also to the Loss and Damage Fund. So this will be an avenue of preparing such projects and then maybe submitting it to their attention, or maybe looking at various other partners that would be also interested in co-financing these projects. So the third pillar, which is sharing knowledge, basically is to facilitate peer learning and best practice across IDFC institutions. So the facility, as you know, is already doing a wonderful job. So it's just a complementarity that the program is literally bringing. And the idea, again, behind is to mobilize resource which will be additional funding and partnership for expanded impact on the ground. Again, these objectives are structured around these 4 pillars. So workshop and MRV training, technical assistance, and institutional strengthening for the capacity building aspect. On the project development is to screening of concepts, feasibility studies, methodology selection, and pipeline development. So concretely, how would this be done is to assess exactly what the institution that has shown interest is currently doing when it comes to climate finance, to see the pipe, to analyze it and define which of them has more potential for carbon markets and carbon credit generally, and then later help them in mobilizing the resources through concept development, funding proposals for submissions to the UNFCCC climate funds. So the 4th pillar, which is knowledge management, would be just the guiding materials, case studies that we'll be sharing in the community of practice, obviously, that have already existing experience within this field, and share that and disseminate those knowledge within the network, within the club. So how will the governance look like? We are totally aligned with the IDFC Facility Advisory Board, as mentioned as mentioned earlier on. And we will definitely have a project, or we have a project management unit that is not big yet due to lack of huge resources for the program for now. And then the IDFC Carbon Market Program, which obviously would have various focal points within the various institutions that will show interest, and that will oversee the carbon projects and also provide continuous feedback on the long run. As Margot mentioned, the IDFC Facility Advisory Board will basically provide the strategic oversight and approve plans and budgets going forward, and monitor and perform and monitor the performance and risk of the program in the long run. So literally, the chairs of the IDFC Climate Working Group, which you already know, would be those ones making the decisions, and also semantics exchange and climate resources that are needed to further implement the project on the ground. So again, totally aligned with the vision that has been shared by the Margot just now, and fully aligned with the facility governments. We hope to also seek, through other IDFC members and various donors that finds the program interesting, to also mobilize resources and also support the implementation and the long running of the program, because BOAD has just supported the program with $500,000. But again, that's just seed money. That's a very small amount compared to what we plan to do. So the idea behind what BOAD was doing is to just launch it, and then pick interest, and then from there, various institutions that are interested would also donate to the facility and help it, run it in the long run. So this is even a call for all of you in the room. As you know, we've also been requesting support for the facility entirely. So should you be interested in supporting the facility in one way or the other, this will be a very, very good time to also receive that support, either for this program or the facility and the various programs that is running generally. So on the delivery of milestone, so we are giving ourselves until the end of this year to see the potentiality of the program on the ground, I mean, practically speaking, and see if we can actually develop or submit at least one project or two to the climate funds by the end of the year, which is, again, very ambitious, but we hope that we can do this. We've begun already an assessment with TDB, and to be honest with you, the output that we receive from TDB are very much interesting, especially in their need for capacity building and also the various projects that they are doing. We see great potential there, and the same thing will be also conducted with the various members that have shown interest. So the various members that have shown interest so far, we have TBSA in the room, we have BRD, we have obviously TDB, we have AFC that have shown interest as well. We have HBOR that have shown interest initially, and then KFW as well, but on the observatory stage at the moment, and FIODA and AFD, of course, that have also shown interest in this program. So that to give you a bit of the deliverables and the milestones running up to December of this year, hoping that we can achieve this actually. So on the funding and budget structure, what would it be used for if you were to donate? Obviously, is to get staff and experts to help, for the training, the workshops, and the development of projects for those members that are part of the program, travel and logistics, communication and knowledge products, sorry, and as I was saying earlier, external climate funds and various other members are also targeted to see if we can raise more support financially for the implementation of the program running in the long run. So I think I'll stop here. We are hoping that through the program we at least mobilize about 50 million US dollars. That is with the projects that will be submitted and the funding that will be obtained. That is the hope that we hope to achieve within the 3 to 5 years time, and also have a reduction of 500k ton CO2 equivalent by that time, and also with the 8 members so far that I mentioned earlier that are also part of the program, to see if at the end of the day we could also measure how well they've done, and when it comes to capacity building and the implementation of their projects on the ground, how they well assess carbon potential and stuff like that. So those are the things that we'll be looking at as in terms of impact and KPIs in the long run. So thank you very much. I think this gives you a brief overview of what we want to do of the program, and if you have any questions, please feel free to ask. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks very much, Frank. We would for sure prefer to have you here in the room, but we understand that you have quite a lot of commitments. So, it's typical situation after lunch, so we need still to wake them up. Are there any questions to this presentation, Frank?
Do you mind to put again the last slide on the screen?
One moment. I'll close the.
Anyway, in the meantime, just to be sure that I understood that the expectation is to rise at least 50 million.
No, the expectation is not to raise. I don't know if you can hear. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. The expectation is not to raise 50 million. The expectation is to be able, through the climate funds, to be able to mobilize over 50 million US dollars at the end of the day for the projects, not for the program.
Okay. Thank you.
Sure.
Colabi here, Mr. Christian Grisales. How are you?
You don't even need to say your name. I know already who is talking.
Christian Grisales again. Could you please go back to the slide with the some information about the fees, just to understand a little bit how would be the use of those fees if any institution wants to get some support from the experts they need to pay, just to understand a little bit better. Sorry for the P. Sir, can you hear me? Just was talking about fees and Conlavi resigned. Freeze, not freeze, fees. F-E-E. Karaoke. So, any song? Oh, qué cosa más linda, más llena de gracia.
Apologies, I think I've lost you.
At least you lost me.
Go ahead, Christian. You had a question for me.
Yes, could you please go back to the presentation, to the slide with the proposal of fees when asking for support?
One minute. Which? You mean this one, this page?
No, go back, please. Little bit. Go back. Well, anyway, in one of the slides, you were proposing a kind of fee when a capacity building service or technical support service was requested by one of the members. So I would like to understand a little bit better what's the proposal, we have to pay, just to understand a little bit better the way.
Yes, I see what you mean. Literally, what you have to know is that the BOAD has provided for 500K to kickstart the program. We have not requested of members to pay anything to benefit from this program. We only ask them to show interest. Are they interested? Do they have potential? Do they think they have potential? Are they interested in this program? If yes, the assessment of the institution will be done to see what are the various gaps in terms of knowledge, what are the potential in terms of projects, and then the idea would be to get a consultant or an expert. It could be from the IDFC network. It could be you, for example, and your expertise, for example, that will say, okay, maybe BRD needs your expertise. Could you help? And maybe what the facility will do or what the program will do will be to cover your expenses, your trips, and stuff like that to go to BRD and do this. The idea is to strengthen knowledge, but at the same time help them also develop, concrete pipelines that would have carbon market potential. So we are not asking for members to pay anything to benefit from that service. As long as you're an IDFC member, you're automatically allowed to benefit from the program. However, the amount is very small, as I was mentioning. So I'm saying that, should IDFC members such as CAF, for example, who want to maybe donate, I don't know, 1 million, 2 million to the program, will be more than happy to receive it and, continue the continuous implementation of such program. Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
So.
One further question?
Hi, Kumulandi. It's Mohammed here from DBSA. Just a quick one. The mobilization of climate finance for the carbon program, are you specifically referring to the UNFCCC mechanism such as the GCF? And
yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And the assumption there is that their funding would be used to complement, let's say, carbon revenues generated, let's say, through a carbon credit mechanism where there's clear attribution.
Exactly.
Thanks.
Sorry, we need to solve something in the background. Okay, then another question, and let's guess from whom?
Here I am, friend.
Yes.
maybe also I would suggest to include the opportunity to use the carbon credits, not the revenue, but the carbon credits itself for the compensation of the scope 1 and 2 carbon footprints of the IDFC members.
Thank you for that suggestion. I think it's a great suggestion. We'll take that on board. And I think we need to further discuss with CAF as well on this program. I know that we have many things going on at the same time, so but this will definitely be discussed in detail with you guys as well. But we'll take that suggestion on board. Thank you very much.
Multitasking has its limits. Yeah, so thanks very much. I think there are no questions for the moment, but otherwise I think everyone knows also how to contact you. And
yes,
then I would say let's switch to the presentation of Matthias.
Thank you very much.
Right. Right. So I think it's the last presentation of this whole week, isn't it? So which means everyone is quite tired, and it has been a very intense week. So it's okay for me because I just want to tell you a story. So you can just lean back. Very simple slides and nothing complicated. And I want to tell you the story of KfW's journey into new carbon markets, carbon pricing ideas, and what we want to do. Having said it's a journey, it also means that we haven't reached our destination yet. So we still don't have any fully funded, fully approved program. That's why the slides are very generic, but I can tell you at least what we plan to do. And we hope to have a product ready by the end of the year, ideally at the next COP in Antalya. And I will already tell you the direction we are moving to. So, but where do we come from? Already last year, or more than a year ago, we had a look again at carbon markets, carbon pricing. What is carbon pricing, and should we as KfW, as a promotional bank, development bank, should we look at it again, and should we do something? And the argument is relatively simple. Of course, we know that emissions are still rising, so we need to mobilize additional funding. We also see it in our own government. Budgets are tight. Budgets are not increasing, so we need to see how can we mobilize more funding. And then we see CO2 pricing. We have seen it, and it's well documented in research that CO2 pricing is an efficient instrument for cost-effective climate finance, but it is still underutilized. And we say specifically carbon finance, not only carbon markets, but carbon finance, because we also look at the EU ETS, at carbon taxes, carbon tax systems, and especially, but also especially at carbon markets to see what could be done and what should be done by us. And then we looked at CO2 certificates because KfW is active within Europe, within Germany, but also internationally. And at the international level, we see that CO2 certificates can provide a win-win situation to partner countries for us in Germany, in Europe. Companies and governments need those carbon credits. So it could be a win-win situation. So there is a case for us. And when we look at the strategic perspectives, We see that carbon pricing has a political momentum at the moment, especially in Europe. Europe wants to use carbon credits. We need to know that we need to increase international climate finance, and carbon pricing could be one element in the new climate finance architecture. So we would like to support that. And with carbon pricing, we can promote new technologies. And we know that one of the challenges is the integrity of carbon markets. So we see that Article 6, especially in new carbon market segments, could be one answer to that integrity question. Then we looked internally. So why should we do it? And does it make sense? And internally, we see, yes, KfW has a long-standing experience in carbon markets, carbon pricing. For more than 20 years, we've been active in these segments. And it has always been something that whenever there was an external push, like the Kyoto Protocol or the start of the EU ETS, then we try to support these external pushes, these external movements, and try to support it with our instruments to get them into the market, to get markets developed. And we've done that at the beginning of the Kyoto Protocol, where we set up our first carbon funds. Then later on, after these carbon funds, when we closed them, we still continued, we went into more difficult sectors when the private sector took over and they organized carbon purchases. Then we tried to support new elements like a POA, like the programs of activities, programmatic approaches. And then when the markets crashed and we also closed down our funds, then we still set up a new foundation, which was called the Future of Carbon Markets, a very small foundation which supported pre-financing of programmatic approaches. Had only a volume of 10 million, but we learned a lot, got a lot of experiences. And then I think the future of carbon markets had arrived. So we closed this foundation, and now we're looking into new approaches. And these new approaches are based on the one hand, on the demand from the European Union, from governments, countries, member states of the European Union, but also the demand from the private sector, especially COSIA. And we also see a new sector coming up, which is carbon dioxide removal, so the negative emissions that we would like to support within Europe and in Germany. International cooperation is important. I already mentioned that. Could be a win-win situation. So we are looking at doing this together with our partners and partner countries. And then I also mentioned already the integrity issues. In Europe, that's a huge thing. So civil society is reluctant in getting into carbon markets again. Only 2 weeks ago, we had a very intense call with some NGOs, and they were questioning us and were asking us if we were doing the right things. We hope that we gave them some good answers because they didn't come up with any alternatives. So we think we're on the right way, but integrity is key, and with our instruments, we hope that we can solve them. And when I say our instruments, then it's of course the instruments of the public development banks, of all of us together, that we can support such carbon market activities. So after all these analysis, we came up with 2 things that KfW wants to do. One is a pilot program for supporting the international CO2 market, especially Article 6 market. And the second element is something within Europe. Here we called it a market accelerator program for carbon dioxide removal in Europe, where we would like to support these new technologies in Europe. On the Article 6 market, I get into more detail with the next slides. First, glance into the world. I mean, this is a very old slide. This looks a bit different now, but we already see many countries have an interest in entering these carbon markets. And that's also our justification why we say, yes, we would like to work together with these countries and do something there. And that's what we have in mind. It's this slide. I think Marcus showed you a slide from KfW in one of his presentations. He showed you a slide from KfW 20 years ago. This one looks a bit similar, but it has some differences. So there are some individual aspects which are very different from what we did 20 years ago. At the heart of it is what we want to build up is this Article 6 facility. It's a facility that consists of two components. One is an investment facility, and in this investment facility, which is probably the most important component, we would like to provide advance payments on certificates. So we are looking for projects, and we would like to support these projects by providing upfront payments on the later delivery of the carbon credits. And with this, we are taking the initial risks of these projects. And in addition to that, we also provide long-term offtake contracts. And what we want to achieve with that is that we make these projects attractive to financing institutions for providing the additional finance. Because it's clear the carbon finance that we can provide, also the upfront finance, is also it can be only a small part of the total project finance. But with that, with being there, providing money, the seed funding, we hope that local institutions or international institutions can join in funding and financing these projects. And together with the investment facility, we would also like to set up a TA facility, much smaller, but the TA facility should directly support the investments. So with the TA facility, we would like to support, for instance, Article 6 project development, so all the PDDs and the MRV systems and so on, whatever is needed, whatever the project developer cannot do it himself, this could be supported by this TA facility. And the TA facility should be also used for further developing the carbon market or the Article 6 market, especially by the development of scaling up approaches. I already mentioned some years ago, we tried to support programs of activities, the implementation of programs of activities. And now we're looking again at programmatic approaches, but also sectoral approaches. And we would like to use the funding of the TA facility for getting some pilot schemes on the ground. So when we support the projects with these upfront finances, I already mentioned, and a very important element is the financing element. We will not be able to finance it all ourselves. So KfW could maybe provide some additional project financing, but we would also like to cooperate with our partner institutions. So most of you are sitting here. There are also some other institutions in the world, and this could be a good way for working together in this area, that we on the one hand take some risks by taking off some of these credits and enabling partner institutions to provide financing for these projects. And we could also directly cooperate with the institutions in providing refinancing lines or guarantee schemes or funds. We also already discussed it some days ago with CAF. We had a very good scheme on a guarantee scheme already planned and organized. It's still on the shelves, so maybe we can take it back and out and try it again in this new setup. But this could be a nice example of how banks can work together. And on the other side, who's going to take off these carbon credits? Well, first of all, we are going to take them. So KfW is there behind it as a AAA off-taker. And then we would like to forward these carbon credits, first of all, to member states and of the EU, and of course to the German government if there is this request, if they need it. But then also if there is, again, the interest from corporate buyers, from businesses, then they can participate in the program. And as a third pillar would be the offtake from airlines under CORSIA. It may be also some countries outside the EU, depending on what the criteria are and what the structure is. And what would we like to buy and which are the countries and what would we like to do? It's a very focused program, so we would say the focus is on when we look at the countries, then it should be countries which are more or less ready, have an Article 6 readiness and an ambitious climate objective, ambitious NDCs. We would be looking at sectors with methodologies under Article 6.4, so it's really focused on 6.4. And we would focus on transformative technologies. So we already discussed green hydrogen. So we heard it today, DBSA is working on green hydrogen. There are others working on it. So this could be an interesting avenue, interesting sector. Methane avoidance projects, energy efficiency, and so on. So there could be several approaches there. We would also like to look at carbon dioxide removal technologies that are upcoming. They are still quite expensive, but we would like to support them as well. And we are a bit reluctant in afforestation projects, RED+. That's something we would not like to do under this program, and I'll explain in a minute a little bit more on that. That's exactly here, the standards, quality cornerstones. We are talking about integrity. We are talking about what can we provide or should we provide in this new market. So for this Article 6 facility, we are looking primarily at Article 6.4. Article 6.2 could be used, but then only if there is a bilateral cooperation between countries with ambitious climate policy. Then we could also look at it and support that. Nature-based approaches, I already mentioned it. Nature-based approaches are limited. We would look at them on a case-by-case basis, but RED+ is excluded, at least in this Article 6 facility. We do have another initiative, which is called the WALT initiative. And in this initiative, we are also looking specifically at the nature-based solution sector, also in combination with carbon credits. So there we have another vehicle, but not under Article 6. We're also not so keen on old CDM projects, which are just transferred to Article 6.4, because we would like to support the new market, and we would like to get this going, the new market. That's why we are looking for new and ambitious and transformative projects. And what we would, of course, always do is have an assessment, an individual assessment for all projects within our standards, our ESG standards. We would look at the climate ambition of the partners. We would like to have a look at the compatibility with the NDCs and so on, so that the integrity is safeguarded as much as possible. And we are quite aware that that's an almost impossible task. So we would like to do our best, but we would like to see where how this works out. Yeah, on the bottom you see no case for KfW would be voluntary carbon standards for the time being, and under this Article 6 facility, only if they, or the exception would be if they come with an authorization, or if these voluntary carbon credits are used only for voluntary contribution claims. Or for results-based finance, then of course we can have a look at them, but that's contractually difficult to ensure. That's why we are reluctant there. So we are really looking at Article 6.2 with authorization and Article 6.4 also with authorization. That's where we would like to go. And I already said we are working on this facility. We will start very small. So we're having a volume, at the moment we are thinking about a volume of maybe 40 million to start with, but that's the pilot phase, and then hopefully we can scale up in the future. But if everything works out well, we will launch this new initiative at the COP, and then we are open and we will be looking for projects, and we will be looking for cooperation partners. So that's the message here. We are very happy to work with you and to see where this takes us all. Thanks.
is here in this training room. Thank you, Matthias, for this nice presentation. Sorry, we had to prepare something. Yeah, so then I first give the lady the question, but yes, for sure, we have time for question.
So the focus here is 6.2 and 6.4, but you're still buying in the voluntary markets as well? Not. And are you financing the projects too, or just buying the credits?
Okay, so we are not buying voluntary carbon credits ourselves, and at the moment we are not buying anything. So the plan is to buy or to go for Article 6.4 credits, basically. And voluntary carbon credits, we are not buying them, but of course sometimes we finance projects that generate these voluntary carbon credits. And if they do, then we say it's fine because we want to support carbon markets. That's good, but then these voluntary carbon credits would, if they come without an authorization, without corresponding adjustments, then we would contractually agree with the buyer of these carbon credits that they can be used only for contribution claims and not for compensation claims.
Thank you.
Okay, I keep it.
So, now? Good.
You're Christian, I know you. You don't have to present yourself.
Thank you. Matthias, thank you for the presentation. I have a couple of questions. The first one is the extension or the coverage of the pilots. It's just involving the development of the project like a greenhouse gas emission reduction projects, or also is including the technology, let's say renewable energy, energy efficiency, the technical issues of the project, not the conceptualization of the project like an emission reduction project.
What exactly is the question there? What we do, what we support, or?
Let's say renewable energy, a project of renewable energy maybe could imply, let's say, 5, 10, $15 million. That project, like an emission reduction project, will be $500,000 at most. What's the extent of the coverage you are offering for the pilots you were mentioning for Article 6? Also the technology, the infrastructure, or the project like a emission reduction project, like an emission reduction project?
Well, we would look at such emission reduction projects, hopefully a bit larger than what you mentioned now, because we would like to go for larger projects, scaling up, and then we would support whatever is needed in the project. And this facility would really try to provide an upfront payment on future delivery of carbon credits. And then we would assess what is still needed in the project, and we would see what kind of additional support is needed there, and especially financial support.
Thank you, Matthias. And just to understand a little bit more about the support that you are looking for or trying to do with the projects, this support is beyond the carbon area. I mean, it will be also working in the financing closure of the project itself.
Well, it probably depends on, I mean, each project is different and has different needs. I mean, some projects are already there. They've got more or less the financing behind it, but they still need this kick-off, this seed funding or something. So then we would provide that. If it is a project which is interesting and falls into our categories, what we would also finance, and they need financing and they need carbon credits, then we would look at both sides and if we can offer it. But it's challenging to do both sides. Also for us, we have some limitations. We have restrictions, especially we as KfW Development Bank, we work together usually with the public sector. So private sector projects are difficult for us. So there we would have to look if we can do it ourselves or if we need partners for the financing side. If because many of these projects are probably private sector projects. So there we would have to see how to structure it.
Thank you, Matthias. The second one is revolving around the sectoral scopes that you want to promote. Is there any specific sector you want to promote?
I mean, it's not specified. So as I said, we are looking more for the transformative sector. So the usual cook stove project would not fall under this category, but I mean, even a cook stove, if it is induction or something, then we could have a look at it. If it is combined with renewable energies and so on, then this could make sense. But generally more transformative, as I said, green hydrogen would be interesting, ammonia production, fertilizer production, e-mobility could be interesting, and so on. So in this direction.
Technology-based solutions mainly.
Mainly technology-based solutions, right? No, and NBS, that's, I mentioned that NBS is something we would not do under the Article 6 facility unless there is a very clear Article 6 methodology, then we could have a look at it. But generally, we would like to focus more on the technical interventions. As I say, we've got another initiative that is specifically looking at NBS financing, but also, if possible, looking at carbon credits, if possible. But not under Article 6.
Yes, one of the main gaps that has been mentioned, for example, by UNFCCC for the effective implementation of the Article 6 is mainly the development of new technologies, new methodologies, or the updating of the existing CDM ones. Are you including into the piloting, the updating of the methodologies, or even the proposal of new methodologies like hydrogen that you were mentioning?
That's a good question. On the one hand, I mentioned that we had a small foundation running until 2023, and one of the last things that we financed under this foundation was really some update of some methodologies towards the direction of Article 6 together with UNFCCC. So we supported UNFCCC that they could update some methodologies, but that was extremely limited. Here in this case, we probably have to see if there is a very interesting sector and which doesn't have any methodology yet, but which would require a methodology. We would probably have to see if we can finance it out of these TA funds, but the TA funds are of course limited. So we could also look at some alternative options. The German government has many programs going on. GIZ is running around and they have some funds for support of carbon markets. So maybe we could find some other funding for methodologies if it is really interesting. And as you say, for transformative projects, new project types, this could be interesting. Yeah.
Yes, and finally, you also were mentioning that the main focus in Article 6 was Article 6.4, Paris Agreement Creative Mechanism, but also some interest in Article 6.2. But what we have realized is that Germany perhaps is one of the European countries that less bilateral agreements has subscribed. So is there any work line to promote the signature of bilateral agreements of Germany with several countries?
That's exactly the reason why we are focusing on 6.4, because Germany, the German government so far did not want to get involved in 6.2 for various reasons. But of course, the door is open to also go for 6.2 if the German government, or maybe some other government, some other country that wants to work together with us, if they want to do it, then of course there's some openness also to look into 6.2. But generally, we would like to also support 6.4 because 6.4, we think it's the new, with all these new methodologies, should be the new guiding star for quality and for integrity. If that works out, I don't know, but it probably makes sense to support 6.4.
Thank you.
It's not a question, it's just a comment. And of course, we can revisit the proposal that we were working a lot about the warrant a few years ago. Thank you, Matt.
Thanks.
Yes. So thank you very much. Thanks again for Margot and also Frank and Matthias, especially for the last presentation. And I think it was really good. You catch still everyone, so congratulations on this. Yeah, exactly. So in the background, Margot is really working a lot because she's compiling the different spider diagrams. We just only realized that from BNDS we have no prioritization. So that spider diagram, yeah, 2 minutes. Okay, maybe then I start sharing the presentation with the other one. Yeah, this is quite a lot of spiral work to do. So then maybe once you have then again this BNDS, you can send me and then we can switch. Ah, the updated one. So let's see how fast internet is. The first thing what we already realized, prioritization, if you're selecting for each category the same number, is against a bit like the purpose of prioritizing the things. So you will see it looks really funny sometimes. Margot, did you, now it's here. So let's have a first look. I will also upload this later on the drive, but when it's slightly more calm. Okay. So we would ask maybe also shortly the different institutions to explain a bit like in a few sentences the idea behind. So yeah. And you're really not even just speaking French because you announced me you will continue only to speak in French. So, so let's test how good everyone's French is. No joke. So maybe you can shortly summarize a bit like what were like the underlying discussions you had on to create this.
Okay, so briefly, we have in place the strategy for the national net zero strategy, so which is in line with the NDC. We have as well the first, this is why we had, sorry, let me just see, market alignment. Yeah, we have already strategy, but the policies are not yet aligned. So this is why we need really to work on it. To align policies, to align ecosystems and national entities and private sector as well. So regarding the risk governance, we don't have yet anything regarding the risk governance and the risk management system specific to the carbon sector. We can find the ESG frameworks, we can find ESG risk management system within private entities, but not at national level. Same thing for the MRV and data systems. So we are in the design of the MRV, we are in the design of the registries. No, we are not yet there. For the market access, we can find some project developers already in place, some verificators, some technical assistance already in place, but there is no something which is really official to integrate the market. For the safeguards, same for the safeguards and for the integrity. So we are really in the phase 0, 0.2, if I can say, so to build the ecosystem, and we need really capacity building and more assistance to do it at national level. I don't know if Omar would like to add something.
Yeah. Okay. Then let's have a look at the next one. PTSMI.
Can you change the slide to slide number 2? Because it's still CDG. Okay. So for PTSMR, right? I think oh, it's okay. Okay, perfect. Thank you. So for PTSMI, I think in terms of like summary of priorities, our first priority is the market alignment and strategy. The reason why this is being the first one is because currently we want to make sure that the strategy of PTSMI is aligned with the national NDC priorities. So at the moment, the project selection criteria, we actually have our ESMF framework in place. But then again, it is not yet aligned with the national NDC priorities. So this is considered as under development. And then for the rest of the questions, which is like standard legal compliance review, and then existing risk frameworks and government relations, these are not yet addressed because there is no like national strategy. It's not aligned yet with the national strategy. So I think in terms of the corporate strategies, this should be firm first. And then second is the integrity and safeguards. And the reason why this is number second is because in terms of like safeguard teams, we already have safeguard team in place. And then we also have the reporting system that quantify and evidence social co-benefits. So everything is actually already in place. It's just that we have not yet embarked on carbon finance transactions. So if this is something that is going to be introduced to PTSMI, we already have everything in place. We just need to add layer to it in terms of like carbon financing. So this is the second one. And then the third one is the MRV and data systems. Again, I think in terms of carbon financing, integrity of the data is very important. And so, and then again, availability of data varies among debtors. Per se, like for PTSMR, right? We have both commercial debtors and also municipal debtors, and then some of the datas we can actually get data from the commercial side, but for municipalities it's almost impossible. So usually we have proxies to it. So we want to make sure that these datas are they considered as sufficiently robust for baselines, and so this is something that we want to work on. And then I think for the fourth one is the market access. Again, we have problems with the demand issues, and hopefully if we can actually have if we have the capacity to aggregate those pipelines, right? As I think someone mentioned, it's called program of activities, then that can be something substantial because it can achieve economies of scale. And then last one is the risk governance. I think if everything falls into place, then we can start having their risk governance tackled. Thank you.
So I can already see that's a slightly different prioritization to the first example. So then let's have a look at who is coming next. So DBSA. So who is presenting? I have a lot of choice. They're always showing this.
Okay. Yeah. So firstly, just to mention that we have a net zero target and we have our carbon markets framework, but we've got a lot of work to do in terms of integrating the work that we are going to undertake in the carbon market space, specifically with regards to alignment with all our policies. So in terms of our spider diagram, we've identified MRV and data systems as the number one priority. And I think it goes without saying that critical to carbon markets is access to good data. We have a very robust MRV process in the bank, and we need to then align our carbon work with that. In terms of the second priorities, it's shared between risk governance and market alignment and strategy. And I think it's important from a governance perspective that we, and an ESG perspective, that we have adequate alignment with our governance policies. And then we have market access as the fourth priority, followed by integrity and safeguards. I think the integrity and safeguards, we said that while it is extremely important when we're playing in the carbon space, but in terms of where we are with our carbon markets journey, that's something that we will develop as we go along once we have a clear indication of pipeline development. Thanks.
Interesting. You can, I think, really see how much like the way what the institution is already doing, where you need to go, what you have in place is affecting really a lot. So, okay, it will be interesting whether we find a nice common ground later for things. So let's have a look at the next one. CAF. I'm not sure whether this is.
No. A lot of mistakes, but I can explain several failures. No, okay. In terms of market alignment and strategy, not directly we have received a mandate of carbon markets, but we are implementing the mandate of Green Bank and also our commitment with the adoption of the common principles. And one of the elements of the common principles is the estimation of the positive impacts of our trade operations in terms of greenhouse gas emission reduction. So that's the mandate, and thanks to that mandate, we have been developing the carbon markets strategy. In terms of MRV and data systems internally, we have developed the carbon balance tool for the estimation of the greenhouse gas emission reductions resulting from our projects. So internally, we are on the way, but for the level of our shareholder countries, we have realized that the MRV systems, they don't exist, or they are very weak to successfully attend the challenges of the Article 6. And the idea is having agreements and alliances with technical institutions, with UNFCCC, with IT providers to support the countries in closing those gaps for the MRV systems. At the level of risk governance, in general, our countries until now are proposing the law for approval, authorization, sectors included for, to participate in the Article 6. But in the majority of the countries, those laws haven't been enacted yet, so the risk governance remains. And in terms of integrity and safeguards, apart from the nature-based solutions, the ones considering conservation, RED Plus projects, we think that the integrity in terms of technology-based solution is doing well. Several of the countries have adopted the ICBCM core carbon principles, and the baselines have been updated to really show the potential of emission reduction of the projects. And also we are doing safeguard assessment to our trade operations, and that safeguard assessment is also applicable for the upcoming carbon projects resulting from those trade operations. And in terms of market access, Latin America is the bilateral agreements that Latin America and the Caribbean have signed is growing with several countries except Germany, unfortunately. So that's opening the opportunity for Article 6 for international transference mitigation outcomes. And also in terms of Article 6.4, several projects may be 500 projects are on the way of transitioning from CDM to the Article 6.4. So also that's opening the market access window. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So next on is CDP.
Okay. So in our case, everything is, I mean, since we do not have this, I mean, activity in place yet, everything is high priority. And in this list of high priority, first step for us, which is what Luna and the team is doing, is designing a strategy and initiating government relations and policy dialogue functions, and which is what is ongoing. And after this is defined, we will follow with, of course, MRV, data systems, and all the others items, such as we will deal then with all the problems related to the pipeline, safeguard system, etc. But yeah, as a general message for us, now the priority are defining a strategy and continuing this dialogue, and yeah.
So yes, as I was mentioning also before, at the level of the ministry, for example, we have already a consultant that is supporting us in identifying the main, let's say, pathway precisely to develop a strategy and to set up the framework to operationalize Article 6. Looking at the criteria, and also as Sarah mentioned before us, I mean, we already have, for example, the team, of course, responsible for assessing the sustainability of projects that is in place, and of course, I mean, assess all the operations and is aware of also about the implications for Article 6. But as we were saying, as so far we have not been involved. Even though the team is there and there are also some expertise, they are not really into the development of operations or assessment of operations as of today. That's it.
Yes, at the moment, I think some time. Maybe you can just do it without.
So no problem. It's our fault. So our spider would be very different. So we take maybe a bottom-up approach. So we are quite used to land, and we are much more worried about the projects by themselves than the carbon as an asset to be traded. So that's why I'll try to talk about our spider. Okay, so in the market alignment, it wouldn't be so strong in our case. We consider carbon as something quite important, but we look at the projects by the impact that they have. And carbon is a possibility from our perspective, and it's an important possibility, but that's not what drives our intention to do a project. So we are not now working as market maker of carbon. What we're trying to do is to develop impactful projects. We're trying to strengthening our MRV to take into account carbon as well, to be very well suited. Yes, so that's it. So what we are trying to do is to market access. The other ones are market alignment. So market alignment. Now we don't have a really top-down approach to move towards carbon according to Articles 6.2 and 6.4. I don't see ourselves negotiating Article 6.2 ITMO in Brazilian case, maybe 6.4, but right now we are much more in a bottom-up approach, looking at the projects, trying to strengthening the MRV capabilities. So we are investing a lot in MRV capabilities and systems. That's high priority for us. We are also trying to do through the Brazilian country platform, trying to give confidence for market access. So to see if the projects and high relevant carbon mitigation and capture projects are bulletproof, let me say, so high integrity and bankable projects. So we are quite focused on that. Of course, integrity safeguards are something very important. We're trying to strengthening our position on that side as well. But we have lots of things in place already. So we have like a social, climate, environmental risk unit. So we have lots of things in place. That's not so priority because we have that in place already. So I would say that what we have to move on is MRV, market access. Alignment, I believe that will come as long as we have a better regulatory framework, both nationally and worldwide. So we want to be like first movers in that sense. We'll try to have good projects. As long as we have good projects, we will make carbon be part of it. As a credit enhancement tool or an upside tool, I don't know, we'll figure out. And I believe that's it. And risk governance, as I said, we are quite conservative about carbon right now. We really don't consider it today as a mechanism of credit enhancements. We consider it as a possible upside. So I believe that we take a more conservative stance in that matter. Don't know if I have anything else.
One more thing that we're doing is we're going to start a study on the certification gap, because certification right now is a huge gap for the projects as in terms of market access, especially for the small projects. So we are going to make a deep dive into how we can make the certification process available and scalable and more and faster, so we can scale the market. And I don't know how it's going to be in the Article 6. I think it's going to be very, also, transaction cost is going to be high. So I think like TAs as KfW is offering is very important for project proponents.
Yeah, thanks very much. I think it was really interesting to see the different priorities. And as we said earlier, also one of the things we would like to use the remaining 20 minutes is to get a bit like also your ideas of what the facility can provide as a TA. So we have shortened a bit the exercises. I think everyone is also quite tired, and some have also to leave earlier. And so I would hand over short over to Marco to explain, but I think we would focus more on the destination.
Yeah, and I think because that was very interesting for us also to get an idea of where your priorities are. But we also wanted to take this opportunity to feed a little bit what would be the climate strategy for IDFC, and one pillar of it is carbon markets. So we initially wanted to have like small group discussion, but I think it would be interesting as well to have this global discussion. The idea is really to have a SWOT, but in a more dynamic and perspective manner. So it's, I would say, a collective intelligence tool, but it's basically a SWOT with the idea of I would say, 4 dimensions. One is basically the destination. So what would be a kind of collective ambition in carbon finance for the club by 2030? A second one is what are the kind of, I would say, enabling condition, what are the different resources that are, whether they are like a technical experience, existing program that we could use for, I would say, cross, like within IDFC kind of support, but also I would say existing tools that we could leverage. Below are the blockers. So what may be perceived as kind of key challenge for you to engage in carbon finance, whether from, I would say, reputational concern, capacity concern, for us to reflect on how can we, act as a catalyst also to remove those blockers or to circumvent them. I think the obstacles are a little bit the same, but I think that's the three kind of dimensions that will help us then to draft a little bit or to frame what we could include in this, I would say, carbon market strategy within the IDFC. Again, that won't be like we are not drafting an action plan here. For us, it's just to get this kind of bullet point really starting from your needs and your position and your perspective, so that we can then write something a little bit more consistent that would be then discussed and approved with Sherpa and CEO in the institutional meetings.
So, based on what you had discussed, like also it gives you some ideas, what capacities do you need to build? And thinking of this, are there some ideas where the facility, where you think this is a topic which might also be relevant for the others, and which is kind of not too institution specific, because that makes it difficult. So what are your ideas? Next time we start with this question directly on day one.
Just maybe also as a kickstart. So we had several speakers who intervened during the week, and we know that some of them also expressed interest to work with IDFC as a group. So again, with a similar idea of maybe pooling a little bit the demand and the support. That include also the World Bank, who has been working a lot in building a trust fund, and potentially also in I was looking at intermediaries at national level that could help create those trust funds for them to pre-finance some project or to provide also a kind of insurance or the de-risking instrument. So that's one of potential idea of like catalytic action or external partners that we could leverage as a group. So that's precisely the kind of idea that we want to collect right now from your reflection and the thinking that you had during this week on how can we leverage this kind of club effect, especially within the topic of carbon finance. That would be, of course, also beneficial to you, but thinking of what would be relevant to build as a club and what kind of resources you could draw from other members.
Yeah, no, everyone is really, really tired, maybe, but you can maybe mobilize like the last part of energy. A volunteer. We were asking already too much from you. Philippe or Christian. Oh, I really invite you for every training.
Yes, in terms of enabling conditions, I would suggest to try to get an agreement about our role in carbon. Whether our role is become a market actor or institutions enabling the conditions into our shareholder countries for the adoption, development, and implementation of the carbon markets, or like funding mobilizators for funds for the commitment of environmental objectives into the NDCs, to define our role and propose an action plan, a joint action plan to foster that role.
I think it depends of the moment of the market. So right now we have to think, what is the market right now? What is to happen in Latin America and regarding the market right now? So right now, I think we have a role in terms of the capacity building, because even that there were a lot of people working in the carbon market during the Kyoto Protocol dispute, that people is not right now in the institutions. So the regulators, the ministries, or all the institutions and the governance coming from the countries are not ready. They don't understand what is going to happen, and they have a lot of expectation. So, and also coming from the banks, we don't have the same team than we had 10 years ago. There are some memory, of course. There are people that understand very well what happened that moment, in that moment, and really understand that today the proposal of economic instrument for the Paris Agreement, called it carbon market, or the new generation of the carbon market, means another things and includes another activities. So right now it's more complex than 10 years ago. Right now you need more information than years ago, and you have better instruments and tools than 10 years ago. So I think it depends of the moment of the market. And today I think we have a strong opportunity to help the countries to facilitate the enablers for a good market. There were good experiences, good lessons, and bad lessons, and we have to learn from both of them.
I think you have to remain quite close.
So very quickly, I think for like thinking about the club or IDFC, I think it will be very interesting as seeing that a lot of MDBs are already investing in this type of projects to create like a group or a technical group specifically to talk about this so we can leverage and stop like reinventing the wheel and try to reduce our knowledge curve, because I think many of us have been seeing in this week that many of us are investing a lot of money in different types of projects. So learning from each other will reduce that amount of money that we will invest and do this faster as possible, depending or regardless of the country or the region that we are, because as seen of Bendes, the amount of knowledge and experience that you have developed over here, it will be interesting so we can leverage from our technical teams to learn from the other groups and how to increase our impact through the knowledge of others.
No, I heard him saying about our technical teams. This is very important because our operational teams, they are the ones, financing the projects, except from the environmental team that was here, and they are financing forest projects. They are very aware of carbon markets, but the other teams, like the industrial teams, even the renewable energy teams, they don't have they know about carbon markets, but they need to know more, especially because they're the ones that are financing the technological projects. So that I think the Article 6 maybe is going to focus, but still I think that NBS still have to be in Article 6 as well, from a Brazilian perspective.
Thank you very much. But if I can understand correctly, it's a bit like the idea we were discussing like 2 days ago, where we realized like we have this diverse really knowledge in some areas, also really explicit knowledge, and especially as some also have either to reduce like the learning curve cost, you said, but also in a way I doubt that it will be more easier. It will be rather becoming complex to really have on the technical level this cooperation. Great. So here.
So I think for me, I'd like to see us looking at how do we assess risk in carbon markets. Specifically on the product side might be looking at, Margot mentioned the insurance product. I raised that question with the World Bank. And also might be to look at a guarantee instrument so that for any of us that are developing financial instruments, there is this risk products that we can leverage off. And then I also think very important is on the training side is how do we conduct an appraisal on a carbon project? I think I had this privilege about 2 weeks ago where we undertook a due diligence on a biochar project. It was the first for the bank. So it was literally me trying to scramble and trying to develop a checklist so that I think I have all the risks that I need to 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 consider when evaluating the project. So I think that would be important. It's for all the members of the DFI to understand what does a checklist look like when we appraise a project, because when you appraise a project, you have the 5 or 6 pillars: financial, technical, environmental. But now there's a specific pillar that's coming to the play, which is the carbon pillar. What does that look like from a checklist perspective in terms of the due diligence?
It's very much interesting. Someone else?
Maybe one more thought. I mean, the IDFC is this unique club that brings together institutions that are based in the so-called global south countries and also in northern countries, industrialized countries. So here we can bring together these expertise of these two worlds. Institutions in the seller countries, they can work with their governments and discuss with them how can authorizations be given, what are the requirements for actually selling these carbon credits to other countries. And on the other hand, the other institutions, maybe in Europe, for instance, they could try to ensure that there is a demand for these carbon credits. We can try to bring this demand on the table, and then if we work together, then there could be the supply and the demand. We can bring them together. So this could be a good role for IDFC institutions to work together, and IDFC as a club can support this and can promote this, how we can work together.
Any other words? Or from your side, Margot, any other question you would like to?
It's like key ideas that we have. So there's like, I would say, different projects or support that we can have. That could be specific study that would be taking a PDB lens on how do we assess, I would say, carbon project risk. What kind of de-risking instrument we can provide that are specifically specific to this kind of transaction, and also I would say good practice in carbon project appraisal. So that would rather be in the scope of I would say study and assessment or benchmark that we could do through the facility. And then there is another layer that would be I think a little bit more linked maybe with the secretariat of would another working group on carbon market be relevant, so that we can really have those right counterpart that try to develop this pillar in its transaction to have regular exchanges on I would say frontier topic. And the last one was more on market enabling role, and I think that is also something to think with the secretariat on what kind of statement maybe we could have collectively on what PDB can do, so that we don't overinvest, I would say, roles that they are not yet able to fulfill, and making sure that PDB really keep at this market enabling role until they have the right ability to engage in those risky transactions, or making sure that we support, we define a little bit the scope of our intervention, especially within IDFC. And I think the last one is more into starting to think how can we better engage also with MDBs who have also experienced and I would say more complex financial structuring. That could be if we have a working group, inviting them to also having more deep dive in some of the structure that they have presented, but also potentially support or pre-financing some of the projects if we eventually have the carbon finance program that Frank talked about. So that's a lot of like a good checklist for us to work on, but we'll probably work and digest this a little bit to send you some kind of key takeaway and possible next step.
Yeah, thanks very much. Last chance. No, I can already see that. Yeah, by the way, I have to give a compliment to the participants. It was a really tough program, but you are really incredible. So I think you always stayed here. We are still asking questions beside being really tired. So that's really impressive, but it shows also like the importance of learning and building the capacity and using this network, this club to really also leverage on this. So we try to make the next parts not as lengthy. So I have put here like a QR code where we would ask you to give some feedback. And one important question, which I also will put on the next slide, is also, if you remember correctly, we have also one online session outstanding. So the question would be, just if you have an idea what it could be about. So roughly, as you know, from the first time, it's about 1 to 1.5 hours. So we cannot save the world, but we can again like build up the capacity in one area. And so if you can give me some ideas, I would talk later then with Tawana and with Margot and also with Markus about the suggestion, and then to come up with also a date and the topic. So, Davide, any ideas for a topic you would be interested for the last online session?
Like this, yes. No, no. Yeah. No. It's fine. Well, for a later session, I think yes, we might be build up a little bit on what we discussed. What will be a common ground between everyone and how to very much discuss where we can do a capacity building on the carbon finance, and how actually we can work together on this on this matter. I will not do that to her, but if she has any suggestion on that.
MRV is absolutely one of the main worries in a way when we discuss about this within our working group in CDP. So maybe also in the discussions with the other peers that we are holding precisely to build our knowledge on this topic. This is a question that keeps coming out. So I mean, some more like indications on how to really set up and monitor then how the carbon credits would be generated and monitored would be very interesting and useful for us.
I think we can always, if you have a topic and we have also a bank who has already good system set it up, this would be also then an idea to, I don't know, I would expect you have quite an elaborate system already established, Marta and Philippe. And so that if we choose this topic, we might also come back to you that you maybe can really explain, because I think it's the best is really to learn out of the group. So, Mr. Grisales, any comments, or do you kind of say now it's sufficient? Time out. Okay, then Philippe, you're the first from the BNDS on this row for me. So
MRV is quite important. If we could have some, I believe that all the countries are moving to establish their own ETS systems, and if some of the participants of the club have a more advanced system in place, ETS or a national system in place, and how it's working, to give some practical experience, that would be great.
it's no. So, yeah, but a national, Matthias, national, can you just repeat what?
But in Europe it would be as well as some working ETS system that is already operating in a way that could bring us some experience for do's and don'ts regarding how should we transact and how should we structure operations in order to be able to transact, and challenges that were faced. I believe that would be very helpful.
We might have to then choose, because we could
Yeah, I think perhaps the regulators also have discussions with them specifically around the carbon markets themselves. I know our Reserve Bank has done some work on that. So it'll be quite interesting to see what the other countries are like, because it is going to be a regulated market after all. And we haven't heard that voice yet. Thanks.
Someone else? Yeah, exactly. So if you go there, there's another chance, but it was just to wrap up. I think otherwise, I think we can also wrap up the whole training and then go to the nice part with like last words. But I think, Christina, you wanted also to get 10 minutes to talk something? No, who was it? Ah, Tosta. But first of all, I would really like to take the opportunity to give a really great thank you to first Christina, the whole BNDS. It was a really amazing training. I think everyone would like to have it everywhere here because we feel so welcome. So really, really thank you from all of us. It was amazing. And the second is to Tawana. Wow. Also, all these add-ons, you know, going like even further, explaining us the Brazilian culture, giving like us the ideas where people could go in the evening, meeting the people, organizing. Yeah, everything. So Tawana, you did really an amazing job. And Margot, who was working so much more in the background this time, but she was really the one also in the background working a lot more on the content side and organizing, and also was also, you know, this how approaching the different stakeholders, organizing like calls and really with them. So thanks very much, Margot, also for today's call. It was great. And Mustafa, do you want to take the chance? Because you're leaving the facility. So maybe after so many years.
Thank you very much. I would like maybe to add something about the participants. We are also amazing all during the week. And maybe, you know, in the football, we have at the end always a MVP. And I propose to have as MVP this week, Christian. He was the... really, he was the... I hope that everyone agrees on my choice. Yes, and Rislen, we have a couple of... I think that the next time we would like to make it official, you know, to have MVP at the end, one man and one woman. It is a good idea. Exactly. No, I wanted to say just that this training session is the 5th of what we organize. I mean, this is the fifth version of the training, which is because a lot of work has been done since the first one. I remember for the first meeting we were about 11 11 or 12, so it was really something that we insisted to have it because we think it is an important one. And I think that apart that is not here, Comme l'Envie and me, we have participated to all these sessions. We are the veterans of the training, this meeting. And I would like to thank the Frankfurt School for the support. They didn't participate to the first one, but they were present from the second one in South Africa. And particularly Christine was always there with this professionalism and kindness. And really it's easy to organize things when you have really very interesting people and committed people to work with you. And I would like also to thank the participants for all these years. The different institutions who were confident to send people investing a lot of money, because from where we were giving time to this participation, we wanted to have something which make time to go deep in the substance from the beginning. And I think it is important, and we are working in very technical issues, so we need time to discuss and to exchange between us. Also, we do some kind of mentoring, activities here, learning from each other, and this is important. So after the 7 years working with you, I'm going to leave for this time, and I think it's always good to leave at one time or another and to have fresh blood and fresh ideas coming in to renew things and to make innovation. And this is important. And I'm confident that my successor, who I know very well, and really it's a great person. I would like you to welcome her also and help her for the first step for her steps. And I'm confident that the team we have put in place now, Margot, Taavana, and others who are in Paris, will facilitate this handover. And I made all the possible that the handover for us was as smooth as possible. But please be confident and help her for her steps. Thank you very much for your kindness. Thank you.
Because we are moving, so but we have Tosta who would like to give us some words to you.
Thank you very much, Christine. No, I just want to say a few words, and first of all, apologize for not being with you during this journey here, mud. But I understand that was very well there yesterday, so I hope you enjoyed. I would like also to thank Christine and Margot for all the effort to put this together here. Marta too, and Dani is here also, and of course Christina. And well, I guess I'm gonna say thank you again. Yeah, you also made an effort to be here, so I would like to thank you to be here with us, to share with us all your knowledge, all your experience. It's always good to share all the efforts that we do to bring this agenda together. So everyone here, thank you very much. Thank you, Christine. Thank you, Mustafa. You said ago. Yeah, and it was very interesting. I hope you repeat that in the future. Well, your successor. So, Christine, that's it. 30 seconds just to thank you all for that, and hope to see you soon.
Thank you. So I would say, as we have more or less everyone in place, we can also slowly go to the auditorium and.
Just to introduce that he was the responsible for us to have the project to visit yesterday, which was a really pleasant experience.
Thanks a lot. It was really impressive. So it was really, this welcoming was already so nice with this whole group and this young people explaining. And then this, I can't remember his name from the local person. He was just, I think, everyone catching. So thanks very much. It was a really great choice. So then we'll meet in a few minutes in the auditorium. Now, does it work? Can you hear me? Ah, yes. So now we're really at the final speech, not only the final presentation, but also the final speech. And we are really lucky that Nicolas came over. I think I didn't expect this because you're really busy and Rio and France are not really so close, but more close than thought. So thanks very much for coming, and the floor is yours.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Yes. Thank you so much for inviting me and for having this training. It's always a pleasure, as I was saying to Paolo, to come to Rio. But let me go to the speech. So, dear colleagues, distinguished speakers, partners, and friends, as we come to the end of this 5th IDFC facility climate training, I would like to begin with the most important message. Congratulations to all of you. Over the past few days, you have invested your time, your expertise, and your curiosity in exploring one of the most dynamic and fast-evolving areas of climate finance, carbon markets, and the role that public development banks can play in shaping high-integrity carbon finance. But beyond this technical knowledge and presentations, what truly matters is what you will take back to your institutions. The real value of this training is that it strengthens a community of practice. And that, in many ways, is what IDFC is all about. We are not just a network of institutions. We are a community of peers that learns together, shares experience, and help one another tackle common challenges. This week is a perfect illustration of that spirit. We brought together around 50 participants, including 36 trainees from 11 IDFC members institutions: AFD, KBE, BNDES, BOAD, CAF, CDG, GDP, DBSA, JICA, KFW, and PTSMI. Each of you brought your own expertise and experience, enriching the discussion and reminding us that collaboration across institutions and regions is one of our greatest strengths. Perhaps the most valuable aspect of this training has been precisely this exchange among peers. There is no single pathway to engaging in carbon finance. Each institution operates within its own national context, mandate, and development priorities. Yet, we all face similar questions. How can we mobilize more finance for climate action? How can we support countries in delivering on their NDCs? How can we ensure that carbon markets combine environmental integrity with tangible development benefits? I would like to express our deepest gratitude to the outstanding organizing team. First and foremost, our sincere thanks go to BNDES for this exceptional hospitality and partnership in hosting us here in Rio de Janeiro. From the very beginning, BNDES has been an invaluable partner in shaping this program and creating the conditions for such a rich exchange among IDFC members. The field visits and the many contributions throughout the week brought theory to life and demonstrated the leadership role that public development banks can play in building high-integrity carbon finance markets. A special thank you also to Tawana Lima and Margot, whose leadership, dedication, and countless hours of preparation have been instrumental in making this training a success. I would also like to warmly thank the entire BNDES team, of course, Christina, Paolo, but also Thiago, Diogo, Simone, Natalia, Lucas, Pedro, Rodrigo, Daniela, and Lincoln, and I hope I didn't forget anyone, but everybody is really welcome. Our sincere thanks also go to our partners from the Frankfurt School, especially Christine and Marcus, whose expertise and dedication made this program both rigorous and highly practical. Thank you so much. More broadly, I would like also to thank all of the speakers, moderators, and partners institutions, including colleagues from the World Bank Group, Gold Standard, ITR, Petrobras, FIRJAN, the Brazilian Ministry of Finance, the Brazilian Ministry of Environment, the Ghana Environmental Protection Agency's Perspective, Future Climate, and X. The quality of the discussion reflected not only deep technical expertise, but also a shared commitment to ensuring that carbon finance delivers real climate outcomes and sustainable development benefits. And I would like to reserve a very special round of applause for Mustafa. Mustafa, you have been the driving force behind the IDFC facility, and in many respects, the reason why we are all here together today. Thank you so much. Through your vision, energy, and unwavering commitments, you have built much more than a technical assistance facility. You have helped create a genuine platform for peer learning, cooperation, and capacity building across the club. Thank you again. As you leave the facility, I would like, on behalf of all of us, to express my heartfelt gratitude for everything you have achieved. Mustafa, your contribution will have a lasting impact, and we wish you every success in your next chapter. Finally, let me leave you with one broader reflection. Public development banks are not simply participants in carbon markets. We can be market builders, we can be conveners, risk mitigators, and trusted partners for governments and the private sector. Our role extends far beyond financing individual projects. We help shape the enabling conditions that allow credible and impactful carbon finance to emerge. At the IDFC facility, we see this training not as an endpoint, but as the beginning of a broader journey. The conversations over the past week have identified many opportunities for further collaboration, peer learning, and technical support. I hope the relationship built here will continue to foster exchange long after we leave Rio. So I encourage you not to see this week as the end of the training, but at the beginning of an even stronger collaboration within the IDFC family. Thank you once again for your engagement, your openness, and your commitments. Obrigado.
Thank you very much for these kind words. Then I would say we leave the last words for our host before starting then the ceremony.
Okay, thank you very much. So, dear colleagues and members of the IDFC community, as we come to the end of this week, let me begin by sincerely thanking all participants, speakers, and organizers. It has been a true privilege for BNDES to host this training and to engage with such a diverse, committed, and inspiring group. Over the past days, we have explored the full landscape of carbon finance, from market architecture to project design, from monetization strategies to institutional readiness. We have reflected not only on the opportunities within carbon markets, but also on the essential role of integrity, transparency, and strong governance. Our exchange have clearly shown that while our national context may differ, many of our challenges and indeed many of our solutions are shared. Strengthening our institution is fundamental to ensuring that carbon finance delivers real, measurable climate impact. Looking ahead, public development banks have a critical role to play. We are uniquely positioned, as I mentioned in the beginning, to help shape high-integrity carbon markets, mobilize private capital, including through the de-risking instruments, and align financing with national development priorities and global climate goals. While it's often said, it remains true. The end of this training marks only the beginning. The real work lies ahead in implementation, in building strong pipelines of high-quality projects, and in further strengthening our institutional capacities. Continued collaboration within IDFC will be essential as we move forward together. Let me once again thank all of you for your active participation and engagement, and we hope you leave Rio not only with new knowledge, but also with new partnerships and renewed motivation. And friends, our success will depend not only on rules and standards, but on institutions like ours working together. Finally, my sincere thanks to all panelists, IDFC members, and BNDES colleagues. The Secretariat, thank you, Nicola, and especially to Mustafa, to Taiwana, and Margot. And a special thanks to Frankfurt School, Dankeschön, and a special to my team under the leadership of Christina. Thank you. Obrigado. We look forward to continue this journey together. Thank you very much. Merci. Grazie. Grazie mille. Shukran. And be very careful tonight. The Cupid is in the air. It's a special night in Rio de Janeiro. It's the similar of our Valentine's Days, so pay attention. Especially the single ones, okay? And enjoy Rio de Janeiro. Thank you.
To have a nice spot also for the photo, you know, with BNDES, the capacity, like IDFC capacity, or now a nice here stand up. So we would ask to pass the persons to come on the podium, and then we can shortly, and maybe we would ask you both to give the certificates. Yeah, maybe you can stand there and then we can get them first. So, yeah, I think this is a good one to start with because Mustafa was suggesting that next time we are nominating our most valuable player. Also, it's a team sport, so guess who? It was really incredible, like, I think. But it's good to have someone, so I think it gives hope to everyone. So thanks very much. And I will hire you for every training. Okay, they might open it. So, Davide, where is he? Here, you are. Harold. Where? They're confusing me. So, with the big group of DBSA, that's always really impressive. Tuso. Woo. And you could see she's still not used to your climate here. Well, for me, it's already quite warm. Ah. Sarah. I think she had the longest trip from Indonesia here. I think it was really, really tough. But she did all the effort and was presenting today really their strategy, how far they are with the carbon accounting strategy. So it was really interesting, your presentation. One. Omar, bienvenue. Alors cette fois en français, parce que c'était déjà une semaine en anglais. Alors maintenant, on doit changer la langue, c'est pas de problème pour vous. Ghislaine. This would be our female most valuable player if we would have this announcement, because she was challenging Christian, or at least trying her best. Kumesh. There's still a lot from the DBSA coming. So now Luna from CDP. So Manfred. This is a really German name. The whole name looks German. Manfred Kopper. This could be German. So, Marta. Your jacket, wait, we need to do it. On photos, come on.
Okay. Sorry. I just because I was.
So I think the last one from DBSA, he knows already, Mohammed. I think he also attended at least the 4 last trainings. Carla. It's like a real fan club here. You know, you can get a bit like the feeling we had. Philippe from BNDS. Unfortunately, already some colleagues from BNDS left because it's quite. But Christina will take the certificates. Yeah, but there were quite a lot. Marta left already. Yeah. Hugo. So they did not only do the organizations, but also attend. Also supporting us with many small, with something that didn't work, that everything was fixed within like a short. Simoni. There. Tiago. He's sitting here. Lucas. Pedro. Natalia. special that we also would like to have Margot on the stage. She also just graduated from Frankfurt School on the Green Finance, so waiting for the certificate. So no, I'm pretty sure how much you learned, well, or showed us, you know. So voilà, merci beaucoup. Rafaela, you're just on time. Melissa. And finally, Tavana. So now you really achieved it. So, thanks very much for really the participation. It's also really nice to have really these active discussions. I hope that we see some of you or your colleagues in Frankfurt in October, where KfWV is the host for the biodiversity track, because I think that's also quite important. And Guillen is really already working quite a lot in the background. So thanks very much and safe trip home.